dictionary. This life is more than ordinary. Can I get you maybe even 3 of these? Coming from a space to teach you of the Pleiades. Can't stop the spirits when they need you. This life is more than just a read-through.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, greetings, all that. All the usual salutations. And whatever your native tongue is. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony right over there.
What's up, man?
Kat is back in Studio G.
Hello, everybody.
And we'd love to have you along if you want to join us. Phone number's in here to call us live, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can text me for anything. People start texting me because they know I'm in here. People start texting me around 11:30 or noon. So there's some people I get the jump with on the texting as I'm putting the show together. If you listen on iHeartRadio, there's a little button there you can leave us messages. I'm washing the Faygo out of my hair still, Rob. I was sending Rob all this video, and I posted a lot of stuff from the Insane Clown Posse show last night on my Instagram, and what a hoot. What a goddamn hoot that show is. My wife's from Detroit, so she was all excited. She's seen him a handful of times. I had never seen the Insane Clown Posse, and it was everything that I hoped it would be. It was everything that I expected. I have so many questions. You know, obviously, my ties to Michigan are long and deep. You know, my kids grew up there, and that's where I started my full-time radio career, and so Insane Clown Posse has been around for a long, long time. I've just never gotten around to seeing them, and I couldn't help but think, how did these guys get venues to book them in the beginning? Because everything is covered in plastic. Because of the Faygo thing, they just spray Faygo everywhere. So all of the wedges are covered in plastic. The floor of the stage is covered in carpet remnants. Because then I assume, just pull that up, throw it out. And I hope that the front stage security guys were making time and a half, because they got soaked up there. You know what I
Couldn't
mean?
believe the
Splash
amount.
zone.
Oh, and just red pop. And it's so funny because they had 4 openers, right? And you have to love, it's unfortunate that the juggalos and the juggalettes have been so unfairly maligned for so many years. I think there was one point where they kind of made their way into the public consciousness because they have been designated by the FBI as like a gang or something, which is ridiculous. You know what I mean? I remember years ago talking to somebody who worked outdoor venues. This was in Pittsburgh. Their version of Blossom is called Star Lake Amphitheater. I remember talking to a guy, and he's like, yeah, everybody complains about these rap shows, but he goes, there's way more people getting stabbed at a Skynyrd show, right? An ICP show, it's nothing but love. Now, we were up in the box. I don't need to be on the floor. There's a lot of kids there, which is funny if you know the content of Insane Clown Posse's music. And it's all tongue-in-cheek. It's, horrorcore or whatever the subgenre is that they call it. I mean, it is as like if you were a diehard rap fan, it is shockingly whack. But as a performance and as a thing, it's so fun. But it is funny because you got to think there's millennial juggalos now, right? And they're bringing their kids. Some people take their kids to a Pearl Jam show. They go, this is what I was listening to when I was your age. That's what millennial juggalos are doing. So I ran into a guy who reintroduced himself to me. You know, the people couldn't have been nicer. As soon as I walked in, people started running up to me and taking pictures and whatever. That's fine. And one guy, once I got up into my seats, a guy came up behind me and he goes, "Hey, I met you at the Clevelander. You know, we were over there for St. Patty's Day." And I go, "Oh, yeah." And his name escaped me, but he had on like a Hatchet Man ICP hockey jersey on or whatever. And so we were kind of catching up for a second. And he goes, "Oh, I brought my 78-year-old father because he's a big Alice Cooper fan." So that's where like the mindset is, right? It's very theatrical. Now, the Insane Clown Posse, they must spend the bulk of their stage budget on Faygo. Because if you look at any of the videos that I posted, it's just, you know, it's got a carnival vibe and it's just a bunch of bright lights. It's literally just a giant ICP on stage and then a couple of lights here and there. It is decidedly low budge, but that's part of the appeal. That's part of the allure. But they must spend so much money on Faygo because they just have a guy whose job is to go back out on stage, and they have like these, you know, when you go to the grocery store and you'll see those plastic barrels that have ice in them, and they're like, "Oh, 8-ounce Coca-Cola for 75 cents or whatever." They had 3 of those giant plastic barrels on stage, and inside them it was like 2 liters of Faygo. It was like ammo. It was like a guy was going out there periodically and reloading the barrels, because then the clowns would come out and they would shake up the 2 liters and spray them into the crowd. Or it was kind of a science experiment. You know, they'd shake it up and just let it fly into the crowd. People are diving for these Faygo bottles like it's a foul ball at Progressive Field. It was awesome. And I mean, the place is stacked to the rafters.
You ended up with one, right?
I did not end up with one.
Oh, I saw one. I thought that was yours.
No. My wife's friend who was with us, she got one.
Okay.
And my favorite part, sugar-free Faygo.
Yeah.
That was my thought. Are they all? Is that all they put out there? Because that would cut down on the stickiness, right?
Faygo. Yeah, you might be onto something there.
Like, I wonder if that's all they
Good
use
point.
at their shows. They just buy a ton of sugar-free.
Maybe. It's so funny, though. I mean, they only did like an hour, but they had like 4 openers, right? I think we might have missed it. I think maybe the very first one did maybe 15 minutes. We got there for 2 of them. We got there for Wacko the Kid. Now, mind you, I'd never heard of any of these people, but I was just immersed in the whole thing. Wacko the Kid. And I just figured these were all like local scrubs, but no, he's from L.A., the other guy's from Vegas. And the communal vibe, right? You don't see people fighting at the Insane Clown Posse. You'll invariably hear chants of family, family, because everybody's getting along. It's a very, you know, we were walking in, there's a juggalette and a hijab, right? Like, it's very inclusive. Now, their fan base is admittedly 98% white, but that's not their fault. That's most rap acts, right? People are there to have a good time. Everybody's getting along. I walked out of the bathroom, and there's a guy with his face painted. He goes, "Alan, the fart guy is looking for you." And I go, "You're going to have to be more specific, because I don't know who you're talking about." And then a guy who called himself the Toxic Mist introduced himself to me and took a photo, and it was nice. And I think maybe he said that there was something incoming for me. I don't know. But there's a juxtaposition between the content of the songs, which is all very cartoony and horror and, you know, I'll cut a bitch, that kind of stuff. There's a juxtaposition between that and the vibe in the room, which is all fun. And, you know, he's like, "Hey, number love for my family." You know, the opening guys are like, "Hey, give it up, whoop, whoop," you know, all that stuff. And then launch you into a song called "I'll Show You How to Hide a Body." So it's fun, right? This dude from Vegas that opened up, Ouija Mac, who, like, the dude's like 37 years old, you know, but whatever. I assume these guys are all on ICP's record label. "I'm a buyer of lobster and then destroy your posture." If that's what he said, that's my favorite line of the night. And even Rob asked me, he goes, "Ooh, did ICP do Hocus Pocus?" I go, "Bro, I have no idea what they played. I know the chicken hunting song, and I know, you know," and my wife and her friend are like just going bananas. And I'm like, it's just one. You know, because when we're up in the box, you're more at eye level with the speakers, right? I don't need to be on the floor. I like looking down and seeing what's going on. I kind of like that bird's eye view. But it's just a huge, syrupy wall of bass. Like, my organs are being rearranged during this show, right? Like, the speakers are covered in plastic. Everything's covered in plastic. But I couldn't help but wonder, like, how did these guys first start getting booked at venue? You know, hey, we're going to bring in 15 people and we're going to cover the place in Fago. How's that sound? You know, now,
I got to wonder if it started that way. Like, I wonder if it evolved.
But at
into
some
that.
point they did. At some point they had to tell a venue. I mean, you know, for a long time those guys were like an underground thing. And again, that's all part of the allure. These are not like polished dudes. Violent J clearly gained his weight back. You know, he got really skinny for a while. I don't know if that was a divorce diet or what it was, but he plowed right through that, boy. He's back to his fighting weight. But it was amazing. It was so fun. But again, lots of kids there. Faces painted, some of them not.
He has one of my favorite ridiculous lyrics maybe ever. It's Violent J is back like a vertebrae. What does he say? Something with my hat full of tricks, trunk full of Fago, car full of fat chicks.
Yeah, it's
this guy's just
I love
it's so ridiculous.
It's unabashedly just whatever. And then everyone at the end on the floor, they just break down the barrier and everybody's on stage at the end. It was like one of the first shows we saw when we came to Cleveland 15 years ago. We saw Bone Thugs at House of Blues. And there's 100 people on stage, you know. So it was kind of like that. But
So was that actually a breach, or did they let that happen?
I think they let it happen.
Yeah, that was what I thought.
Yeah. It was fun, though, man.
Because they didn't stop performing. They went right through it all.
I didn't see two people fight. I didn't hear any cross words between each other. You know, a lot of these other fan bases, you might give juggalos and juggalettes a hard time because of how they look. But that's silly, you know? You could probably, a lot of fan bases could take a few cues from the people there.
Guessing you saw a lot of skin?
A lot of skin.
I saw one of the videos you sent. I think it was when they went over the barrier. There's a woman of pretty good size.
Sizable carriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going up over onto a speaker or something, and she's just got a big pair of underwear.
Oh, yeah.
That was the extent.
I was laughing just this past weekend at the photos I was seeing from Sonic Temple. I mean, festivals are wild.
Yeah.
Girls strapping themselves into clothes. I saw a picture of a kid who was probably 10, and on his back, just written in like paint, it said, "He eats ass." Oh. And I was told that on the front of this kid, because he had no shirt on, just bare chest, on the front it said, "Dad's wingman." I'm like, oh,
yeah,
that's it.
Well done.
Festivals are wild. So anyway, I met a lot of people there at ICP last night, and it could not have been more fun. So the Agora did a great job as always, because that's a difficult show to kind of get your arms around if you're running the venue, right? You're doing security, but it was a lot of fun. So I've got to take a break. You want to send me a text for anything 35192. I've got more money for you on the way as well. 2:30 is that next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now with Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down per $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
And we're back talking all things connectivity with Spectrum customers Kev and Melissa. So tell us, how long have you been with Spectrum, and how important is a reliable internet connection?
We've been Spectrum customers since we moved 12 years ago. The first thing we did is sign up for Spectrum Internet.
You get a lease, you get it Wi-Fi.
Yes,
immediately.
We need that. We had Spectrum Wi-Fi before our couch got here.
That's true. That's a true story.
I'll sleep on the floor, but I won't go to bed with no internet.
You heard it here. Switch to Spectrum now.
This summer, save more with hot deals on Meijer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
Like Meijer potato chips?
Yep.
Hamburger buns?
Of course.
Ketchup?
Absolutely.
How about Meijer lemonade? That's my favorite.
Yep, that too. Plus pickles, baked beans, cheese slices for sandwiches. It's your favorite Meyer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
Now that is a good deal better.
Only at Meyer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meyer app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Say Santa version 2.0, a 61st birthday celebration for Maynard James Keenan. Featuring Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle. All three bands on stage together. May 25th, Blossom Music Center. On sale now at livenation.com. Say Santa featuring Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle, part of the Minutemen concert series.
Report is sponsored by Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric.
Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric is your one call to beat the heat. Right now, for a limited time, get a complete precision air conditioning tune-up for only $96. Call today or visit heartofohiohvac.com.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
She's back. Khloe Kardashian returns to On Purpose with Jay Shetty, and she's getting real about healing and self-love. Plus, Caroline Levitt shares what it's like being the youngest White House press secretary in history on Post Run High. And Rob Lowe spills some of the funniest stories you'll hear with Chelsea Handler on the Dear Chelsea podcast.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers basketball tonight. It is an understatement to say it's a must-win game, but it is. Under or overstatement. They have to win if they want to stay in it. Pacers Cavs tonight. And that's just to stay in it, by the way, because if they win, Game 6 would be back in Indianapolis on Thursday. What's today, Tuesday?
Yep.
I'm going to Louis C.K. tonight over at Hilarities. And
Nice.
my days are all
My days are also really mixed up.
Screwed
Doesn't feel
up.
like a Tuesday. I don't know why.
What does it feel like?
Like a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Okay, later in the week.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking. I mean, Tuesday, traditionally for me, doesn't have a feel. Monday has a feel. It's like Newman said. Monday has a feel. Friday has a feel. Tuesday doesn't have a feel. Cavaliers tonight here at home. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off on the Buzzard. 6:30 is when your pregame coverage will begin, if you want to get the full bug. And it is very likely that this will be the last time you'll hear the Cleveland Cavaliers play basketball this season.
Oh,
So
Vegas likes the Cavs.
do they?
Yep, they're laying down 7.5.
Okay.
So that's a promising thing. That
But
means
are they
Vegas
just-
is seeing something.
Are they just getting a little bit of a bump because they figure they'll hedge their bets on them being at home? Or are there people who were previously injured who are now...
Yeah, I think that this if there is a game that they can win, this is going to be it.
Okay.
And I think it all depends, obviously, who's playing, too. If Donovan's out, it's going to be a tough night.
Sure.
But Vegas knows something. They aren't stupid.
Do they?
Yeah. I mean, those
They've
casinos
got the
don't look
inside
that
track.
way. Yeah.
Right. They're not in the business of losing money.
The Celtics got smoked. Jason
Yeah.
Tatum got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, it's all just bad. Well, for me, with my teams. But
Down is up is down. Dogs and cats living together. So it was hot on the heels. They finally seated the Diddy jury, the Sean Puffy Diddy Daddy Dirty Money trial. And one thing that they have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, you want to stay seated around Diddy. So them seating those jurors. They got 12 jurors and 6 alternates. 18 people for the jury pool there. I mean, you want to be in the main 12. You don't want to be sitting around. You want to be getting in there and hearing stuff. They had 45 candidates that they started with, and they whittled it down to the 18 there.
But how can anyone on planet Earth not know of this story?
Well, I don't think it's that you have to not know about it. They say, can you be objective with the evidence provided?
Right, but anybody
right?
can say yes.
Well, you can, and that's why they ask a lot of questions when they do the
that's
voir
true.
dire. I mean,
That's true.
it's hard to get in there. But also, once you are on the jury, then you really got to, you're sequestered. And
Can't talk about it.
yeah, you can't. 12 Angry Men. You ever seen the movie 12 Angry Men?
Yes.
It's a classic. It was a stage production. I had never seen it before, but it was one of those movies that I always wanted to see, and I ended up watching it on a flight, I think back from Denver last year. And it's a movie from the late 50s about 12 guys, because of course they're guys, it was the 50s, 12 guys who are on this jury, and they have to deliberate whether or not this inner city, a.k.a. black, teen kid is guilty or not of the accused crime, which is murder. And it's got a lot of guys who are dead now, but they were very, very big actors for their day, like Henry Fonda and Ed Begley. Ed Begley Sr. If you're of a certain age, they're all actors that you might still remember. Jack Warden, Jack Klugman, they were big on Jacks. Lee J. Cobb, who of course was not the director, he was the detective in The Exorcist. But a very entertaining movie, I thought. And again, I had just never seen it, but I wanted to see it. Well, they're going to have 12 angry men and women when they're listening to the bulk of this Diddy testimony. Now, because you can't have cameras in the courtrooms, what they've started to do over on like Law TV or what of these things are, these websites, they've started to use AI to recreate what they think happened in there given the actual transcripts. This is going to be the future of them trying to broadcast, because you can't broadcast, obviously, from inside the courtroom, these trials. During federal trials, you can't have cameras in there. So you won't have any real footage. And so they've taken to AI. Did you see any of this?
No.
It's very brief. But again, AI is getting better and better all the time, of course. But we are not there yet. So like the dialogue is very stilted, but it's just using actual transcript and then putting the AI-generated video to it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maureen Comey, Matisse Steiner, Meredith Foster, Madison Smizer, and Christy Slavic for the government.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. You have Mark Agnifilo, Taney Garagos, Brian Steele, Alexandra Shapiro, and Jason Driscoll. And we're joined today by Mr. Combs. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Combs.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Have you heard the questions I asked the government attorney and your counsel and their answers?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
So there's your AI-generated behind-the-scenes courtroom drama using the transcript. Just everybody giving their names. Mr. Combs, did you hear the questions I asked? Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Take that, take that, take that.
All right, let's proceed. Well, do you remember when his girlfriend Cassie, they had him on hotel security footage dragging her around by her hair? And she was trying to get out. It was probably a year or so ago that video went wide. And he, of course, denied he ever did anything. And then they had video receipts of her running down the hall, and he's in a towel. And he's like slamming her head into the ground or whatever. And I guess she's already testified. And they asked to, I don't know if they asked or if they offered. Sean Combs' lawyers tried to get Cassie's husband to leave the courtroom. But he already knows everything that Diddy did to her. I'm sure Cassie's husband is well-versed, unfortunately, in everything. She dated Puffy for a number of years. She was trying to get her own singing career going. And he basically turned her into free use at these freak-offs. And so that can't be easy at all. I mean, she was with the guy for 10 years, probably because she was terrified to get out. But he's facing all kinds of federal criminal counts. She's currently 8 months pregnant, so that can't be fun when she's up there. But she's like, I was trying to get my music career going, and so she kind of reluctantly agreed to participate in these freak-offs. But then she's like, but then it became mostly freak-off and less working on my music. She said there would be 36, 48, 72 hours. The longest one was 4 days.
Oh, my God.
Staying out for days on end, taking drugs, drinking, having sex with strangers. She was terrified to refuse. And again, this is all boilerplate for women who are being abused, right? You could fill it in yourself. Terrified to refuse his demands because she didn't want blackmail videos that he took at the freak-offs to get leaked or whatever. He would bash me on my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me, whatever. I mean, everybody saw him do that in that hotel hallway. That goes back to 2016. So, no crap, the lawyers wanted the husband out of they probably would have liked the whole jury out of the room. Your Honor, could we get the jury out of during Miss Ventura's, is that her name, Cassie Ventura, during Miss Ventura's testimony? Your Honor. So, man, I still don't know. I guess because he was a producer. I mean, Sean Combs was never like a talented artist per se. I mean, he was always pretty whack.
Great producer.
I guess so. I guess that's how he's made his money. I mean,
Pretty easy when you've got guys like Biggie.
yeah,
You know.
right. They're doing all the heavy
and the
lifting.
Thing is like he is more of like a businessman, like how Clive Davis took advantage of a lot of artists more than like a technical producer because he had other people producing for him. So yeah, he doesn't have a lot of talent in my opinion. I just think he sought power in business.
He got people to sign things that he wanted them to sign.
And he learned from Clive. Like he was actually like kind of one of his proteges in regards to that.
Yeah.
The predatory practices of the music business.
Like Clyde Davis without the freak-offs.
Yeah. Well, who knows what he was up to.
Imagine a Clive Davis freak
I
off.
don't want to.
Efferdent all over the place.
Oh, God. I had Celine Dion's knees pinned behind her ears. Wasn't so easy with Adele, but we tried. First day of the testimony today ended with testimony from a male escort who said he was paid up to $6,000 per session to have sex with Cassie using baby oil while Sean Combs watched. How about that? Oof. Imagine you're getting paid $6,000 to have sex with a hot chick. I mean, it's under duress, obviously, with on her part, but you're just a male escort, which, by the way, means you're mostly having sex with guys. Let's be real. But yeah, so that's just day one. It ain't gonna get better. It's just gonna be day after day of like awful testimony from people who got abused by Sean Combs. I got money here for you, as promised. It's $1,000. It's your first of 4 keywords you'll get from me this afternoon to get $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Bob to your head if you
better
want to
not
bob
lip sync.
along with the music. What's that?
Lip syncing is completely outlawed. Lip syncing? What if you mess up the lyric? Might throw him off.
Oh, if the audience is singing
That's what I'm
along.
saying.
I see. I was like, John Mellencamp's not going to lip sync.
No.
I see what
but
you
if
mean.
he sees someone else doing it.
Mouthing along with the songs.
Like you said.
Yeah.
No clapping. No having fun. Fun is, stop it. You out of your mind?
Well, I'm sure he wants people to enjoy his music. I mean, that's why they've come. That's why they've bought tickets.
He lost me when he toured, 10 years or so ago. And it was called John Mellencamp, An American Poet. And I was like, you know what? There's one of those, and his name is Jim Morrison. Get bent. Sayonara. Dead to Rob.
Okay.
An American Poet. Pink houses, sucking on chili dogs.
Yeah, but he had a book.
Dude.
That's probably what he reading from that?
No, he was a concert.
Oh.
That was just what he called it. Was the American Poet Tour. An American Poet.
Well, maybe he took that mantle because he knows that Jim Morrison sucks.
What?
Maybe that's what he was thinking.
That's the stance you're going to take here, Mr. Allen?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think John Mellencamp is better than Jim Morrison?
No, I didn't say better. All I said is that maybe he called himself an American poet because he goes, the guy that we call an American poet sucks. So maybe, who knows?
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah.
Sucking on a chili dog. 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 Chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
All right, so maybe it's not poetry, but it's,
Sucking on a chili dog. Chili. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a dog.
Yeah.
How about that?
Chili dog.
Yeah, sucking on a dog. Anyway, Farm Aid, Minneapolis, in September. Hey! I can't believe Cannibal Corpse is not playing Farm Aid. I have to think that these guys are diligent and concerned about the environment. How else are you going to end up with corpses everywhere? And then subsequently eat them. Cannibal Corpse is coming to Cleveland if you are a fan of our metal show, WMMS in 2 hours to midnight. Presenting Cannibal Corpse with Municipal Waste and Fulci, named after, of course, the great Italian horror director. I think all 3 bands were just at Sonic Temple. Maybe you saw them, want to see them again. Maybe you missed them. All three back at the Agora in what I can only assume will be a Faygo-free show. Maybe some fake blood. I don't know what they do for their stagecraft. It's Tuesday, September 23rd at the Agora. I'll be there. I hope to see you there. AgoraCleveland.com, 2 for Cannibal Corpse. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
What are your best bets? I like the under.
Pick the money line.
Stay away from this one.
Always bet on Buzzard.
I like that bet. I think that's a smart move.
With the Buzzard Bookie, get an earful of MMS.
That's a win. I take that all day.
And maybe a pocket full of cash.
And parlay that into something else.
You can lose. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000.
Lay your bets.
The Buzzard Bookie on 100.
My rotten soldier. He's my sweet cheese. My good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Don't worry about a thing.
This past Sunday. What, Sunday? What's day? 13th? Sunday? Yeah. 44th anniversary of Bob Marley dying. Wow. Wild. Yeah. Three Little Birds. Good song off of the Exodus record. We have bureau chiefs out in California, all up and down the state. We have a handful of them in the Bay Area there. We have a couple in Oakland. We've got a couple in San Francisco. And about 20 minutes north of Berkeley, maybe, is the town of Richmond, California. And they are dealing with something quite disturbing. The birds are just exploding, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. And there are some people involved, the local veterinarians who are doing autopsies on these animals, think that there might be some foul play involved. Now, they don't spell it F-O-W-L. That may be how you saw it, but they're quite serious that it's they suggest foul play.
They feeding them Alka-Seltzer like people used to do to seagulls?
Well, I think it's as simple as them being on power lines, maybe, but they're like the way that they're like you just hear them pop.
Weird.
Which is kind of gross. Now, we at the Alan Cox Show realize, of course, that birds aren't real.
Mm-hmm.
So this sounds more like their circuit boards are shorting out, maybe. And it's just freaking out the people who aren't really plugged into what's really going on, Rob. But the local news there in Richmond, California is all over it.
It's a mystery. I think that's how we all feel, is it's inexplicable.
If what's happening along Bernhardt Avenue in Richmond is a mystery, then these are the neighborhood detectives.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Residents say what has been happening high along this power line since February just isn't adding up.
Sounded like a firecracker, and a black, I think it was a starling, just plummeted to the ground.
They say there have been more than 50 instances of birds dying along this top power line.
Super traumatic to see this.
Neighbors say after hanging up awareness posters like these and repeated calls to PG&E, there was little action. When a worker came out to inspect the line,
He literally seemed like befuddled.
After reporting on the story Sunday night.
Yeah, most people don't know how anything works. Everybody's befuddled. It just doesn't. I love that word. It just doesn't make sense, doesn't it? Because it probably does. When they explain it to you, it probably does make sense. Nobody knows anything about anything. Yeah, I'd be befuddled too. I like that one guy. Maybe he's a birder. I think it was a starling.
A black starling
It was
landed.
a starling.
Heard a big
On
pop.
Monday, PG&E told ABC7 that they reached out to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to evaluate several of the dead birds. In a statement, PG&E said Fish and Wildlife shared that the birds show no evidence of electrocution and that their deaths were caused by trauma, potentially from a pellet or BB gun or a slingshot.
All right, so somebody's shooting them off the power lines.
Yep.
See, when they said they heard a pop, I thought that they meant that the birds were like, because the story was like birds are exploding. But it sounds like somebody's picking them off the wire, right?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But I feel like a BB gun doesn't make firecracker noise.
And I can't fathom somebody could be that accurate all the time.
PG&E also said they do not believe that there was an issue with our electrical equipment and agrees that these birds were not.
Of course, it's PG&E, right? The power company. I think they got shot off. Nothing happened with our stuff. Our stuff's great.
It's like an old man across the street.
It's
like the Lee Harvey Oswald of birds.
Oh, you guys must have a ne'er-do-well in your neighborhood.
See this hole? That's from a BB.
So have somebody doing shenanigans on your street.
Not electrocuted.
I know where the sound is coming from, and it's coming from up on the pole.
That particular wire does sizzle and arc at times.
We reached out to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, who confirmed PG&E's statement, but reiterated the cause of death was not clear. For the residents along Barnhard, whatever the cause, something needs to be done sooner than later.
We just want it solved, like at the end of the day.
In Richmond, Dion Lim, ABC7 News.
What if they solve it at the beginning of the day Would they have to wait? Would they need to sit on that information? That's very specific on his part. I like how at the very end they just show the body of a dead crow in somebody's backyard.
It's kind of blurred out, too. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Can't show that.
They don't want to show any ornithological massacres there in Northern California. So, man, there's nothing I love better than a good avian mystery. I'm a sucker for a mystery of any kind. Bovine, porcine, avian. I like them all. Equine. You show me a horse with all four legs sticking straight up in the air.
You'd be befuddled.
A couple of buzzards circling overhead. She was good while she lasted, Mitch. I would be befuddled. I mean, great word that I would like to bring back into. I heard someone use it might have been Corey Roddick. He used the word bashful, and I go, God, that's a great word. I want to bring back bashful. You know, people attach it to the Seven Dwarves, but in everyday parlance, it's not really used, but it's great. I'd like to bring back bashful.
He's just bashful.
Is he going to hang out here? He gets befuddled and bashful.
He's very bashful.
He gets bashful, then he gets befuddled, and then he gets confused. Even if he figures that out, he's less befuddled, but he remains the same level of bashful. Well, not everybody's an extrovert. Maximilian Bowling there in Richmond said that he witnessed several of the birds succumb to a horrible death. That's how I'd like to go. I'd like to succumb to a horrible death. You know, everybody goes, oh, I want to die in my sleep or fade away surrounded by my family. Man, go on a blaze of glory.
I want it to hurt.
Well,
succumb is the key word because it's like you got to surrender.
Yeah, you give yourself over to it. You know, you never see it coming.
Guy's just sitting there all day.
Huh?
Guy's just sitting there all day waiting for birds to die.
Yeah.
Ah, there's another one.
Nope, flew away.
No. Actually, that was a miscue.
He has a clicker like the people who run.
And that
The
one
doorman.
woman, that one woman who said there would be no pop. Of course there would. Even a BB gun would pop.
Yeah.
It's still going to make a noise.
Yeah.
And pressurized.
That's what I mean. She's like, I just don't know if it would. Yeah, of course. That's why BB guns are fun.
It's probably a bunch of like neighborhood kids.
Yeah, well, this looks like one of those Northern California kind of older demographic enclaves where everything's very quiet and we're befuddled and bashful about the whole situation.
We're bordering on perplexed.
Yeah. They just quickly explode, the one guy says, and it's really violent. Quickly explode.
But
like angry birds.
Yes.
But we saw the bird. The bird's whole. If it exploded, it wouldn't look like that.
I didn't see the bird's whole.
I didn't either.
No, the bird whole. Like he's all together.
W-H-O-L-E.
Yeah.
He exists in his entirety.
Correct.
He and the neighbors counted at least 13 birds that have met a baffling demise. Boy, they're running out of adjectives for this story here. She was befuddled and bashful and baffling and other things that don't start with B.
Baffling demise.
Baffling avian mystery has taken over the bucolic, quiet town of Richmond, California. That's like a log line for a Stephen King film or something. So they're concerned. You know, you've got to consider all the possibilities. And sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one. And so you have PG&E, the power company, who do not have a great record of customer service. They are out there saying, it's not our equipment. And those other people going, well, those birds, those lines spark. And you have to consider the possibility that there is a bird serial killer on the loose. Mm-hmm. Now, again, birds aren't real. So none of this, it doesn't matter at all. If one of those people had probably inspected one of these fallen birds, they would have seen, diodes and circuitry in its brain and all that, and they would have come to a different conclusion.
Maybe that's what's happening.
And that bird wouldn't be the only thing that would die before day's end.
Their battery's getting too close to the power line.
That's what I would think.
Bang.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
I mean, also, are you ever just standing there watching power lines for birds? Everybody's got birds on their power lines. I don't really spend that much time paying attention to them. Maybe I will. from here on out.
There's that one video. It's a big bird, long beak. He like touches it and he just zaps and falls to the ground. He
Yeah.
actually lived, but it's like I've seen that, and I laugh every single time I see it.
Alan, I think part of all those Doge cuts was they got rid of the person who was supposed to update the bird software. See,
Yep.
you're supposed to do it surgically, not with a chainsaw, you dummy. Now we have all these bird drones randomly exploding. Birds randomly exploding around your residence sound familiar? Call the law offices of Lindy Korn. She's got a number of animal-related cases.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Brian left me a lot of messages. Yes. A lot. Now, the output today will not be commensurate with that, but I did pluck one little gem for you, and it's a deep dive, and I wonder how many people know it. And you have the added level of difficulty of Brian making these songs his own.
Maybe I'm not that pretty, 'cause nobody looks at me the way that you do. Won't you meet me in Montana? I want to see the mountains in your eyes.
So you don't think he's going to do his thing, and then he just grabs it and drags it by the hand at the very end. He does a little
just to end it on a high note.
Do you remember Meet Me in Montana?
No.
Okay. I'm going to take you on a little journey here. Remember a guy named Dan Seals?
Yes.
Okay. His older brother was in a band called Seals and Crofts. And Dan Seals, the younger brother, he was primarily a country artist. However, he had a big hit. He was formerly known as England Dan and John Ford Coley. Remember them?
Yep.
I'd really love to see you tonight. That was a big hit for them. It's on all the yacht rock playlists. They had a bunch of hits. My mom had that album. I could sing you chapter and verse of every one of those goddamn songs on that album because my mom played it all the time. Really love to see you tonight was the big hit. Love is the answer. We'll never have to say goodbye. It's sad to belong. All these hits. And then Dan Seals dropped the England part. I don't know why he called himself England Dan. And he became a country artist. He did a song with Marie Osmond called Meet Me in Montana. They put it on their respective solo albums. But it was a big hit.
Nope, never heard that.
Never heard Meet Me in Montana?
No. I mean, maybe when I hear the real version, maybe, but it rings no bells.
Yeah. I remember I had a DVD in college called Meet Me in Montana, but it was M-E-A-T.
In Montana was a name?
Yeah, sure. What? Meet Me in Montana.
Montana Smith.
Yeah. It was called, its companion disc was called Doing It in the Butte.
Oh, God.
Maybe I'm not that pretty, 'cause nobody looks at me the way that you do. Won't you meet me in Montana? I want to see the mountains in your eyes.
Now, he didn't get the tempo right either. He's really taking his time with this song. This is an upbeat song. Meet Me in Montana. Again, Brian, you want to talk about befuddled. The songs this guy pulls out of his arse continue to amaze.
That is the first time I've heard that song.
The song written by Paul Davis. Remember we were talking about Paul Davis?
Yep.
It was another one of those 70s singer-songwriters who had a number of hits. You've never heard Meet Me in Montana?
No, sir.
Nope.
Well, there you go. If you're a Gen Xer and you, Dan Seals' voice to me is immediately recognizable. And he's been dead for a while, but that song is Meet Me in Montana. Oh, hey, we were talking about David Draymond yesterday getting engaged on stage. And we missed somebody else who got engaged, maybe even married. I think this happened a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how I missed it. Our friend Joseph Passage Maldonado has remarried. Remember Joseph Passage Maldonado?
Was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You may remember him as Jose Exotic.
Yes.
Remember Joe Exotic?
Yes.
Tiger King?
Oh.
Feels like 100 years ago because that was like pandemic viewing. Everybody was watching Tiger King because they were stuck inside.
I never watched it.
You never watched Tiger King?
No, but it was so much pop culture that I know who you were talking about instantly.
I mean, I'm not even prone to watching dumb crap like that, and I watched Tiger King.
I couldn't do it.
Wow, you didn't even watch any of it.
Not a single second.
Look at you.
Yep.
Respect.
No,
Not everybody watched Tiger King. That bitch Carol Baskin? Anyway, third time might be a charm. He's in prison. You know, this is the guy who, he's not a bright man. Seems nice enough, but he's had his issues. This is a guy who had a limo sent the day that Donald Trump was inaugurated because he was sure that he would get a pardon, of course, from Donald Trump, forgetting that he can't do anything for Donald Trump, and that is the one and only criterion for Donald Trump doing anything. But Joe Exotic has gotten married again. He is 62 years old, Joe Exotic, and he's tied the knot again. Jorge Flores Maldonado. Oh, he's taken his name, too. I think that's sweet. And they had to Photoshop tuxes on them.
That's
So,
nice.
because I don't think he's in prison, so he doesn't have like the bleach blonde hair dye anymore or anything like that. But the two of them are, Joe Exotic. Try figuring out the sentencing guidelines in this country, right? You got people who have, they do a couple years for murder, maybe. He's serving a 21-year sentence for multiple charges, animal cruelty and, trying to hire someone to kill that bitch, Carol Baskin. And I don't think he's getting out anytime soon. But he's 62. His husband is 33. And he describes him as amazing and from Mexico. I'll tell you what, you know what?
The important stuff.
Yeah, when you're in love, the words just drip from your lips like honey, right? I mean, you can't conceive of enough syllables to speak your love into existence. Amazing and from Mexico. Now, Joe Exotic could get out next year. He's eligible for release. So he might, but while he's inside and married, he's eligible, Rob, for full release. All right. So, yeah. Now, his husband is serving time for having entered the country illegally. So I guess maybe it was redundant to say that he's from Mexico because that's the very thing that got him put into prison. And they say that if they can't get asylum for his husband, because the husband is going to get out next year. This doesn't bode well for Joe Exotic if the husband gets out and he doesn't. If nothing else, if you got a prison husband, you want to make sure that your releases coincide with one another. They said that they will flee the United States if they can't get asylum for his husband. But just look at this happy couple. Look at these two. They are the picture. Yeah, they've had to Photoshop some tuxes and like a little flower arch or whatever, But that guy, he does look amazing. And he does look like he's from Mexico. So I have to take Joe Exotic at his word. But he is married again. And people can dunk. They can say third time is a charm, but for a lot of people it is. I hope to never find out. Or, Joe Exotic was a polygamist. He was married to multiple guys at once. And so we wish him nothing but the best.
Until this moment right here, I did not even know he was gay.
Because you didn't watch the show, Rob.
That's correct.
Well, it hasn't gone anywhere. It's not like you got to wait for NBC to show it again in the summertime on reruns or anything like that. You can fire up the old Netflix, and I bet it's still there.
I have a nice long list of things in the queue from all of my streamers.
Uh-huh.
I will never get to the Tiger King.
Oh, okay.
Happy Chinooka.
Oh, thank you, Smokey. Hey, how about tickets on the Cleveland Funny Bus? We're going back out tomorrow night. This is every Wednesday in May. I am your host. There are local comedians who are very funny, who are your actual tour guides on the Cleveland Funny Bus, hence the name. But I'll be along, and we have a ton of fun. Funnybus.net is where you will get all the details, by the way. If you strike out with me, you can buy your tickets. The ticket gets you a couple of drink tickets as well. We leave from Collision Bend, but every Wednesday in May, it's a lot of fun. If you haven't joined us before, you certainly should. A lot of people show up again. So funnybus.net, but I will give you my last pair this week to join us tomorrow night. We leave right around 7 o'clock from Collision Bend there in the Flats on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Funnybus.net. Okay, good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Showers and storms are likely tonight, a low of 62. Wednesday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and storms and a high 74. Thursday, mostly sunny, a slight chance of showers and storms and a high Thursday of 82.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Don't miss Wayside Furniture's Memorial Day store-wide specials. Get huge savings for every room, inside and out. Wayside in Akron, 1367 Canton Road, near the intersection of Route 224. Keeping it local since 1937.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
When something happens to your car, you might say, well, that's just great.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome. How nice for me. But what you really need to say is, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there to help you file your claim.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Alan. Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus is back this season. Join us every Wednesday in May and June for a 90-minute trip through Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods and entertainment districts. Your tour guides, very funny local comedians who put their own spin on the whole trip. It's a blast. Tickets are only $33. We leave from Collision Bend Brewing in the Flats, so get your tickets. Get ready to have a great time. Join us this season. Go to funnybus.net to grab your tickets and join us for a good time.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one
but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers basketball tonight. This could possibly be the last stand of the Cleveland Cavaliers for this season, so they've got to make it count. And hopefully they will. They are here at home. Pacers Cavs tonight. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off around the corner at the Rocket Arena. And as your FM flagship station for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, of course, you'll hear it here. All their playoff games. Let's hope this isn't the last one. Guardians play tonight as well. Shut out the Brewers. Cold bats coming in from Milwaukee, 5-0 yesterday. 6:10 tonight is the second of three. Also here at home, right around the corner. It'll be a hot time in the old town tonight with Cleveland sports in every direction. So Cavs basketball on the buzzard tonight, 7 o'clock, 6:30 is that pregame. Remember, you can use the promo code FLOWERS all through the month of May for 20% off over there at CLE Clothing Company. If you're shopping online, you can use it. If you're in one of their stores, you can use it just as easily. Stevie Wonder is 75 years old today. He got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1989. Kind of surprised that he was not a first-year guy for the Rock Hall. I mean, that was only a couple of years in. But Stevie Wonder strikes me as a guy that they probably would have put in immediately. I always forget that he played the drums on Superstition. He played most of the instruments on Superstition. He had other guys playing with him, but he plays the drums and, you know. You know who wrote this song with him?
I don't.
Jeff Beck.
Really?
Isn't that wild? Yeah.
I also didn't know he played drums on this.
Yeah. Stevie Wonder played most of the stuff on there. He had other guys playing the horns, but he sang. He did the drums. He played the bass. And a lot of the other stuff was just like horns and synthesizer.
I knew he played bass. I did not know he played drums. I mean, I guess he can carry a beat. But I had no idea.
Well, because what was going to happen is that Jeff Beck and Stevie Wonder were both going to release their version of the song. And Stevie Wonder was like, you know what, you put it out first. But then the thing that Jeff Beck was doing at the time just wasn't moving the way he wanted it to. And so Stevie Wonder put his out. It was on Talking Book, 1972. And it was a huge, huge, massive hit. And there is a Jeff Beck version of Superstition out there. I've never heard it, but it's when he was playing with Carmine Appice and those guys back in the day. But yeah, Jeff Beck and Stevie Wonder, 75 years old. Stevie Wonder still remains the youngest artist to ever have a number one hit. He was 13 years old. He had a number one hit in 1963. What were you doing at 13? I bet you didn't have a number one hit, did you?
No, sir.
No. Kat, did you have a number one hit when you were
Nope.
13? Yeah.
I can tell you all I did when I was 13, and it was not sing or perform or play baseball or go to school.
Or go to school.
I
didn't
figured
go
out-
to school when I was 13.
I mean, I would go. but,
Yeah.
you know.
You had you didn't care.
I had other things to do.
Yeah, like yourself.
That's exactly
Yes.
what I did.
Playing with your gourd.
Yes.
That's right, Kat. Yes. Once you're in it for life. And at 13, you're heavily, heavily into it. Now, of course, Stevie Wonder's blind. So, he wanted to channel his energies in a different direction.
Thank God he did.
He didn't want to... Yeah, could you imagine what the world of music and art and culture would be if Stevie Wonder had spent his young teen years doing what the rest of us were doing?
Yeah.
Just sitting at home whacking it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. He's like, I could do something else with this.
You could make the case that he might not have been able to find it, but that would be silly.
These hands are meant for greatness.
For greatness and not just plunking on the keys, playing the drums. Stevie Wonder, born in Saginaw, Michigan. The Sag Nasty! And, yeah, it's amazing. And again, I've told the story. I almost ran into him physically coming out of the men's room at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame some years ago. He was coming out. He was being helped by his valet or manservant or steward or whatever he had.
Handler.
Yeah, he had a guy. He was being handled all right. Yeah. And he is a tall, large man.
Didn't they?
I don't know if they have a series of buttresses and trusses underneath that moo-moo or what, but he's quite a large man.
Wasn't that part of the thing when you were a kid? They say, like, don't crank it too much or you'll go blind.
Yes.
Maybe he focused on other things
I've
because he
never heard
made
that.
himself blind from cranking it too much.
Yeah, but wasn't he blind from birth?
I don't know. Doesn't help my story if he was.
He came out the chute masturbating.
Right.
And they go, oh,
Yeah.
my God.
He's going to go blind.
They put tiny little plastic glasses on him. Like in that Billy Rubin thing.
Yeah.
Your kid's got jaundice. His name was Stevland Hardaway Judkins. That was his birth name. And then he signed to Motown, and they changed his name to Morris, which is an old family name. Barry Gordy, who was the founder of Motown, gave him the name Stevie Wonder. And then, of course, Eddie Murphy would go on to... There's a great SNL bit from back in the day where Stevie Wonder was doing a commercial for a camera, a Canon camera, right? This would have been early 80s because I think Joe Piscopo was in it with him. And they were like, so easy, anyone can use it. But all of his photos are obviously like terrible. They're of the ground or half of a person or, you know. And it was very funny. And obviously he was in on it and he did it. But you could never do that now.
You don't think so?
People would crap their pants if you did that now.
I always loved the impression stuff he did of him, Eddie Murphy, in Delirious. Remember he does the thing about... he's like, yeah, I was hanging out with Stevie Wonder. He's like, I told him straight out. He's like, I'm not that impressed with what you do. You don't impress me, take the wheel.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, #1 song at 13. He had a song called Fingertips. Oh, maybe that was his masturbation song.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
That's all he had left.
Yeah.
He just wore it down to a complete little nub.
A little rub, a little tug, a little rub,
until it's
a little
nub.
tug.
Until it's a nub. That's right. Little Stevie, what are you doing in there? Stevie! He wondered about a lot of things. He had a great curiosity. He has 25 Grammys. Oh, he was not born blind, I'm being told.
See?
He was born 6 weeks premature, and as a result of too much oxygen pumped into his hospital incubator, he developed an eye problem, damaged his retina. Wow, imagine that. So not born blind, but made blind as a newborn.
Oof.
Oh, that sucks. So it's like he was never walking around with eyesight, I guess. He said, I never thought of being blind as a disadvantage, and I never thought of being black as a disadvantage. Well, somebody eventually had to tell him he was black.
Yeah.
Probably his parents.
But he probably also doesn't even know what that means.
I guess. Yeah, if you can't see anything.
Yeah, you don't know. You're black. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Am I red? Am I pink?
Right. That would be weird.
Yeah.
Like you're blind. You don't know what anything is.
Every color's black.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So Stevie Wonder, 75 years old today. I don't know if he tours or I don't know.
Yeah, he showed up at something the other night. There was something in L.A. My buddy was at the Kia Forum for some show. It was like a celebration of women in music or something. And he came out.
Does he know he's not a woman? Did somebody
I think he probably knows that.
That would explain the clothing, but
because he is a father.
True.
Isn't she lovely?
Song about his daughter, right? Yeah. Isn't she lovely?
Aisha.
My Sherry Amore, all those.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he knows his gender. Color might be tough. I mean, he knows he's a black guy, but he doesn't know what that means.
Put in a surprise appearance Sunday night with Shaka Khan and Gladys Knight and all. Okay.
I just think that's awesome. He just like he can do anything he wants. Yeah, I'll pop in on this one.
Yeah, why not?
I always loved when like people would just mess up when they'd see him too. George Bush waves to him. Stevie! Remember that?
Oh
I'm over here. Like Ryan Seacrest trying to high-five the blind dude on American
so
Idol.
Good. And he went back for seconds.
Yeah.
Even after he realized, he's like, yeah, and then he did it again.
It's like, he probably felt the air whoosh near his head from my hand.
The other senses are so much stronger.
Yeah. It's like
I've
Daredevil.
I've heard of people like accidentally going to like shake a blind person's hand when they're being introduced and being like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, well,
and
it's
just being mortified.
I would be too, but I can't guarantee I wouldn't do that.
I know,
it's such a
'cause
reflex.
Like, yeah, it's a reflex, exactly.
Well, Bush did it walking off the stage, and he's like yelled to him,
Yeah.
Stevie! And he put his hand, hey!
Hi,
And hey, Stevie Wonder goes, it's not a disability.
Nope.
I'm like anybody else. All right, well, I'm going to shake your hand then.
Yeah,
But
feel
I did almost
a
run into
handshake
him.
is easier than a high five. I feel like a high five is pushing it.
But you're still going to
with a
miss
blind
with a
person.
handshake.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
unless you just hold your
smack you in
hand
the
there and
face
let
with a
someone
high
do it.
five.
Yeah, so this was like a Mother's Day R&B show with the queens of R&B. So it was like Gladys Knight and Shaka Khan and Patti LaBelle. And then Stevie Wonder showed up.
Sounds like a hell of a show, doesn't it?
Yeah.
My first, you mentioned bringing people on stage. My first ever doing a stage announcement, bringing someone out, Gladys Knight and the Pips.
Really?
My first
Now,
one.
did you have to bring out each individual Pip? Oh.
Nope. Ladies and gentlemen, Gladys Knight and the Pips.
You got to bring them out collectively.
Yep.
Wow.
She came out and she said, "Wasn't he lovely?" And then she started. And I was
Did
so
she
happy.
really?
She did.
Wow. Gladys Knight thinks you're lovely.
At that particular moment, she did.
She never met me. She doesn't think anything about me.
Wasn't he lovely?
You go, the Empress of Soul thinks I'm lovely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I like all these people, though, in R&B who they have to come up with different names for royalty because they all consider themselves to be a big deal. So, like, Aretha Franklin was the Queen of Soul. Gladys Knight is the Empress of Soul, right? They all have to come up with different names because they're like, hey, I'm pretty goddamn good. You know, what am I, the Princess of Soul over here? What am I, the Duchess of Soul?
The official court.
Yeah, the Jester of Soul. Gladys. You don't meet a lot of Gladyses anymore either.
No.
That's a name that should come back.
But if you look at the list,
This is our child Gladys.
If you look at the new list of names, like for the most popular, a lot of those old names are coming back.
Yeah. Yeah. So she thought that you were very nice and lovely.
Wasn't he lovely?
Wasn't he lovely? Midnight train to Georgia.
Oh, so good.
Just belt right into it.
So I think it wasn't the last song she played. It was like in the middle. But I mean, she had a million songs. You know what I mean? They were great.
I'm the Dame of Soul. The Baroness of Soul. Because doesn't Patti LaBelle call herself something too? Like Patti LaBelle, all these women, you know, they want to be recognized. Aretha got to Queen of Soul first. And Gladys Knight, I guess, is first come, first serve. Patti LaBelle is known as the godmother of soul. Right? So they all got to give themselves, or somebody else goes, okay, which one isn't being used? Patti LaBelle is called the godmother of soul, the high priestess of good vibrations, and the queen of rock and soul. Just making things up, throwing them out there. Good for them.
Get all the way down to like the peasant of soul.
Yeah. Yeah. Shaka Khan, the Marquess of Soul. Old-timey, yeah. The woman king.
I would put her
soul.
high, man. I love Shaka Khan.
I love Shaka Khan, too. I mean, I'm not every woman, obviously, but Shaka Khan's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yep. The Sultana of Soul, everybody. The Viscountess of R&B. I've got $1,000. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. And last couple of weeks to do this, but plenty of chances every single day, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I got some kids' corner here.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
We got an email from our daughter's school district this morning. She's in the 3rd grade, and they were like, oh, we want the parents to be aware. And it was just like a quick thing about, they go, hey, we haven't seen any of this at our school, but obviously we want people to be aware, want people to be diligent. And they're talking about the TikTok thing where kids jam pencils into their Chromebook.
Yeah.
To like make them spark and ruin them.
Yeah, we got the same email.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody does. This is the new TikTok challenge.
Oh my
is
gosh.
just jamming something into the charging ports of the Chromebook.
Natural selection much?
Well, but it's not like you're going to really get seriously hurt. But schools are like, look, these things can start smoking and catch on fire, and you know,
and they pay for them.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, my daughter brings home a little, like a laptop every day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're like, we haven't seen this, but, you know, the reason this thing, well, if you will, blew up was because the Chromebook challenge. Boy, they're really running out of stuff over on TikTok, by the way.
Yeah.
I know that these are probably organically generated and some dummy does something, then it becomes a thing. Or it becomes a thing more in the media, I think, than in real life. Like remember when all those like right-wingers thought that kids were actually going into schools and dressed as cats and pooping in litter boxes.
Yeah.
Right. So then all these Republican congressmen around the country are like, I want to propose legislation to ban furries. And they're like, there isn't one example of this happening, all right? It was on Fox News or Tucker Carlson. Somebody bought the nonsense hook, line, and sinker, and you jumped right on board. So I can't imagine there's a rash of kids setting their Chromebooks on fire. But, go back to the stuff that can really do some damage, right? Cinnamon Challenge. That's fun.
I thought we were done with, like, dumb things once we got to, like, throwing a piece of cheese on a baby.
As long as there are kids, you're not going to be out of dumb things.
But I mean...
I did the cheese challenge when my daughter was like a year and a half old.
You threw the piece of cheese on her head?
Yeah.
Did you really?
It's hilarious.
What did she do?
She laughed her ass off.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
I go, you want to do this? She's like, yeah. She wasn't a year and a half. I mean, she could talk. She was like probably 2.5, 3. And she's like, yeah, it was hilarious. But as long as you've got kids or just bored people, you're not going to run out of dumb crap.
But you gotta get pretty low on the list to figure out if you shove a pen into a Chromebook, it blows up.
That's what I'm saying.
Like they almost got to be out.
Yeah. Well, it's like in Virginia, okay? The governor of Virginia signs a bill that is going to limit minors to an hour of social media per day. This is one of these performative pieces of legislation because it's unenforceable. I don't know why you waste time doing this. I guess because maybe it gets the rubes all excited or something. I don't know. Banning kids under the age of 16 for using social media for more than an hour a day. And you're like, good luck. There's a lot of parents that don't care about that, right? That's their babysitter. So I don't know what the whole point of that is. I guess it's them paying lip service to mental health, which most people in that legislature couldn't care less about. But it's entirely unenforceable. Because, by the way, if you're going to go down that road, if they go, hey, we're going to ban the social media stuff, let's bookend the demographics. Kids are real easy, right? They don't have any political power. They're kind of socially impotent, right? That's why they do all this dumb crap. It's the only way they can express themselves in a way that gets people's attention. They can't vote. They can't, everybody tells them what to do. So if you're going to do a ban like that, which again is unenforceable, but I mean, if the thought is, well, this will solve a problem, bookend the demographics, okay? So you're going to ban minors. Let's ban retirees too. Under 65 or under 16 and over 65. Let's do that. Because the retirees on social media, those are the people causing the real problems. Your aunt on Facebook. It's not the kid sticking pencil lead into his Chromebook. Worst thing your teen is going to do is the cinnamon challenge. Or set their laptop on fire.
Or the Tide Pods, remember
Or
that?
something, yeah.
Jeez.
Your crazy aunt thinks the Pope is a DEI hire. And that horse dewormer will cure Parkinson's, right? That's way more of a problem than what a 15-year-old kid is doing with his Chromebook on TikTok. So the bans obviously are silly, but bookend them. Everybody else in the middle can figure it out. But that's what they're trying to do in Virginia. And we get the thing of, and my first thing in my brain is I always want to write them back and go, was I not supposed to do that because I took the Chromebook and it was... I grabbed a letter opener, boy, and I just jammed that thing in there and...
Whatever happened to the good old days? The kids just putting paper clips into electrical outlets.
They still do that too.
I know. I saw it happen once live in person.
Yeah.
Kid in my science class. He had the labs, those long tables.
Singe's hair, he fly backwards across the room.
He flew backwards. But it wasn't like he exploded, but he had his feet up on the desk and he shoved the thing in there and it just went zap and he fell backwards out of his chair.
He had the metal from the desk too.
Yep.
He fell just straight back out of his chair.
Old-timey metal desk, you jam a fork in there.
Oh, it was so great.
I've got to take a break here. That's your Kids Corner.
Kids Corner!
All right, hey, we just had Wolfie Van Halen in. You know, Mammoth is a big band, and we wanted to do kind of an intimate thing at the Foundry over in Old Brooklyn. So we did an MMS show last week. I hope you were with us because it was a lot of fun. But he's got a lot of other shows to do this year, one of which is going to be back here in Cleveland, Mammoth at the Agora on November the 18th. They're going out doing some arena dates opening for Creed in 2025 as well. But Mammoth back in Cleveland with Miles Kennedy. WMMS presents this show. It is a Tuesday night, November the 18th, at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for the info on it. But I will have tickets for you all this week. So if you saw him at the Foundry, great. If you didn't, you missed a hell of a show. And I have to imagine this will be a longer set as well from Mammoth. So caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
So this conclave is starting. I think they're going to elect an old pope. They do that in case he's bad. You only have to deal with him for 10 or 15 years. It's kind of a safety net.
Do you think there are secrets like what that movie was about? Do you think that they have a
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You use your microphone for f***ing, you think you're powerful and smart? You're a f***ing idiot.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Look good.
I don't know when I'm gonna learn.
What was it?
I was eating jalapeno and lime pistachios in the break.
Something got you there at the end, right before we came back.
Spicy.
Wow.
Spicy.
We'll get you some milk.
I love them. No. I got water here. I love them, but I should know better. You know, I just love nuts so much, Rob. Really is my snack of choice.
Handfuls of them left and right.
I love nothing more than a mouthful of nuts, Rob. You know me. Always my go-to.
So many nuts, so little time.
But I always screw myself over because if I'm eating almonds, I'm going to get almond shards in my throat.
Yeah.
And then this time around, jalapeno lime pistachios, and they're so spicy.
Do you go high? Is pistachio number one on the nut list?
Well, growing up, it was cashews.
Me too.
I love cashew, but
technically not a nut, I know.
Yeah, well, no, I don't mean that. I think they have a lot of fat on them.
Yeah, but they're so good.
Yeah, I love them.
They're delicious.
I mean,
pistachios are high. I like pistachios a lot.
I like that we're in like a golden age of pistachio availability now. Although, I think terrible for the environment, right? Or is that almonds? Almonds are terrible.
Almonds are, yeah.
Yep, because they just take up inordinate amounts of water and,
Yeah, those are great, though.
Really good.
Now I want nuts. Ah.
Yeah.
Yep. $3.50.
Yeah, some of those. No, I'll go for the almonds or still like cashews. Peanuts.
I like peanuts, but it's not high. I think they're too common. They're in everything. That's why I think I just like a cashew the best.
Yeah, they're pretty good. A cashew is what, a nut? A legume? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, this all feels like food news to me. Hey, listen, nuts aside, I was happy to see Ohio not on the list of the 10 most obese states. I don't know why I think we're going to be on that list. I mean, there's only, 35 states, Rob? We are not on the list there of the top 10. I mean, the usual suspects are all there. West Virginia is the fattest state in the union. And Arkansas, Mississippi, Oklahoma. Iowa seems to be the Indiana, Kentucky, Iowa, Tennessee, but not Ohio. Now, the states with the lowest obesity rates are the states where people are outside and running around and doing things, obviously. Colorado,
all year
Hawaii,
round.
yeah. But Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, does Massachusetts still boast the healthcare system that it did?
Yes.
Romney Care famously gave people in Massachusetts. So it's not so much that people are out running around doing stuff, it's that they have access to better health care.
Yeah, well,
Is that what it is?
It was, Mass Health. They tried to kind of put it all sort of into when they released Obamacare.
Right.
But Mass kind of kept its own stuff. But yeah, it's pretty good.
So obviously the other metrics with high obesity rates in states are like higher smoking rates, mortality rates are higher too. But I'm just always heartened when I see Ohio not on a list like that. Because, listen, there's plenty of room in the middle. We're not in the top 10. We're not in the bottom 10. We are solidly right there in the middle. We're obesity C students, as it were.
Obesities?
Obesities get degrees. Yeah. Alan, did you see the thing on Gene Simmons' roadie experience? I did see that. Yeah, I'll get to that later on. Gene Simmons, the New York Times, no less, the paper of record, did a profile on one of the guys who paid that $13,000 for that VIP roadie experience. By the way, Gene Simmons in town. I was hearing from somebody at one of the local hotels that Gene Simmons is on the premises.
Oh, he's already here?
That's what I was told. I thought his show was tomorrow night.
It is.
Yeah, so
we should have got him in.
He must be in town, maybe walking around. You know, he cuts a pretty imposing figure. So maybe if you're out doing some of your business, you might see Gene Simmons.
Swing by, Gene. If anybody sees him, tell him to swing by. Pop on in, say hello.
We had him on the phone a couple of weeks ago, but, you know, if he wants to get in here and shoot the shrimp, we can do that too.
We could just make sure our receptionist watches out for him.
Rob, see me after the show, will you?
Okay.
We don't have a receptionist.
Oh, right. Yes,
you weren't even here when we had a receptionist.
I was not.
We had them out at Oak Tree.
Yeah.
We had, are you ready? A front lobby and 2 receptionists.
Wait a minute, front lobby.
At any given time, we had 2 receptionists.
Hold on. Front lobby. Is that the red tunnel? Did you guys have that?
No, that's like an airlock type situation.
Oh, you didn't have that.
No, you'd come off.
Pressurizes you.
You'd come off the elevator bank.
Uh-huh.
You're not far off, Kat. Everybody who passes through those doors immediately feels more pressure. You'd walk off the elevator bank and like into a lobby. When people would come up to the 4th floor to pick up prizes or whatever.
Pick up prizes?
And we would have, there were 2 receptionists back there.
2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty exciting. But we don't have that anymore.
2?
I guess they figure, well, we'll figure out another way to do it.
They have.
Yeah. And you know what? I got to tell you, the girls who were our receptionists, they were very nice ladies. But I didn't want to get into some long, small talk conversation. You know, for whatever reason, my resting bitch face.
It's still approachable.
It's not by design, I guess.
That's what Rob said, too. Rob said he is very approachable to people.
Yeah, but Rob
He
is.
doesn't actually...
Gladys Knight loves this guy. I mean, you know, Little Richard fingered him, but Gladys Knight thought he was lovely and wasn't he sweet or whatever. Yeah, Rob has kind of got one of those faces. I don't have one of those faces. But for whatever reason, the ladies that used to be at the front desk, maybe it's because not a lot of people from the back came out to the lobby. I don't know. But I'd go out, you know, I'd get an email or a call in my office. Hey, there's a package up here for you.
Office.
Okay.
What is this?
I had an office out at Oak Tree.
I'm not sure what those are. A cube?
No. I had an office with a door and walls. I had shelves and cabinets, and I had a lot of.
You personalized it?
My workstation was very. Yes, I had a refrigerator that looked like a Marshall amp.
Refrigerator.
Very exciting.
You weren't swapping desks every day or studios? Dang.
I mean, I'm not swapping studios every day, but I mean, I don't.
The business people here, though, they do.
Yeah.
Swap desks.
I hate it.
A lot of swapping going on out there.
Office. Wow.
Well, listen, I had it for a while, and it was fun while it lasted, and I bemoaned the fact that I was losing it, but whatever. Life goes on, right?
But we have those phone booths. Maybe you could make one of those your
The phone
office.
rooms. You know, I've never been in one of those.
Neither has anybody else, Alan. Very convenient.
But why are they there?
There's supposed to be privacy, so you can go have a phone call. One of these days, let's go. I'll go down there. I'll stand in there and whisper, and you tell me what it is that I'm saying in our soundproof phone room.
Have you ever taken a call in there? Have you ever used those rooms?
No, I have.
No, you said you'd never been in. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen them.
Are they that small? Where
they're tiny. They're
your
like,
claustrophobia would kick in.
If you took this little square right here, and put it to here and there, you have a closet at home bigger. I guarantee.
I see. Okay. Well, listen. Yeah, we had pre-pandemic. We had more square footage. Obviously, that's why we moved downtown. A lot of places did that. They really wanted to severely decrease their footprint. And so that's what we did. We moved downtown. And that's fine, right? Brand new place. But, yeah, I had an office. There was a nameplate next to the door that had my name. It said Alan Cox Show on it. I have it in my basement now.
Wow.
Along with all of my other office things. We had working bathrooms out there.
Without flies?
No flies, Ken.
In your space?
Not in my office.
No, I mean you had bathrooms in the actual suite?
Yeah, in the hallway. You'd go down the hallway, yes, and you could walk from the hallway right into the bathroom.
But you shared it with the restaurant that was on the same floor, right?
There was no restaurant. We were on the 4th floor above.
So you had a private floor. to yourself for the bathroom?
Well, I mean, there was a men's and there was a women's.
There was multiple.
There were two. Yeah.
Down by the programming offices, there were bathrooms. I see.
Something like that. Yeah, that's right.
Cool.
Yeah, there were.
I started here. Literally, my first day in Cleveland was our first day in this building. So I never worked in Oak Tree.
Right.
But I was there a lot. Like I helped do a lot of things at the end and moving things out and
Yep.
whatnot. So I have the jealousy of what that place was. Like I'm like, oh, look at this bathroom.
That would have been cool.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, but everything was old, and I mean, it was
this is way nicer equipment-wise. This place is gorgeous.
You have more space, but I mean,
the suite's beautiful. There's just little things that will always like I could have put a urinal in one of those phone booths. You know?
I get it.
I've literally never seen anybody go into one of those.
No.
So I was like, oh, I forget they're there. I'm like, oh, I should go
It's
back
because
there. and
everyone
poke my head
uses
in.
they use these conference rooms and music listening rooms and all these things, sometimes studios, as their little areas.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to take a call. Slam. Conference room's off.
Slam. Let the boys be boys. Mm-hmm. Well, yes. The only thing constant is change. And we're coming up on the 3rd anniversary, I think, of being down here.
Yeah, it's June something. No, July, right?
July, yes.
Yeah, because the first couple of months that I worked here, I was still in Rhode Island. I was doing everything from home.
Mm-hmm. August the 16th.
Oh, it was August?
Yep, August 16th will be the 3rd anniversary.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Of us in the brand new studios down here.
Yeah, we moved at the end of July, so that does make sense.
People asking me if the phone booths, if anybody used them as wank pods.
Yeah, that's what we said. I was like, you could use masturbatorium.
Again, all I'm saying is I've never seen anybody go in or come out of those rooms. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
What's up?
Nothing but rain. How's your day, brother?
Good. So far, so good.
Hey, you just used the phrase resting bitch face, right?
Uh-huh.
And, you know, when I worked there, all of the years I worked downtown, putting roofs on downtown Cleveland, I was always in my, roofing clothes, right?
Yep.
And now that I've got a whitehead job, I'm a management job, I'm wearing a polo shirt and a wristwatch and carrying equipment.
That's the height of C-suite couture for Woody is a wristwatch. I'm wearing a wristwatch like I'm driving a Ferrari around here.
But listen to me, man. You know, when I first started this gig, the street people could see me coming a mile away because I always carry a smile on my face. And then I learned to have a resting bitch face just to keep people annoying me. You see where I'm going with this at all?
Oh, you mean that you would pull the George Costanza, where if you look frustrated, people think you're busy. If you look angry and frustrated, people will leave you alone because they figure you're busy.
Absolutely correct, sir. It's 100% true because it was the first few weeks. It's like everybody and their brother.
This is kind of a humble brag, too, for people who have apparently kind, approachable faces. I don't have one of those. It would certainly be nice, I guess, just in general. But, people don't approach me.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. When you were in Chicago and, got held up at gunpoint walking to your work, did you have your resting bitch face on?
I wasn't walking to work. I was at work. I was behind the counter. The guy the same dude held me up 2 times in 3 weeks.
I did my resting blockbuster.
No, come on. No, it was at the coffee house I worked at before Block. No, I was like 23. I was like $1.20 soaking wet. It didn't matter what was on my face. He could have snapped me over his knee.
What about Rob? Rob, you ever had any trouble? In the city?
No, not really. I mean, you can get harassed a little bit for money here and there, but no, I've never been held up. I've never had any of those problems, thankfully.
I've only met you a couple times, and you seem to have a very pleasant face.
I don't get that. I really don't get that.
Really pleasant.
Well, you have kind of a baby face.
It's the jowls because I'm fat.
Well, that's not jowls.
I'm jolly. I'm like Santa.
No,
they're like, oh, he's fat like Santa. Look at him. He's an
fat
approachable
like
lad.
Santa.
He's merry.
He's jolly and merry.
Yeah, a jolly old soul.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't understand how I have that face at all. I think you look more approachable than I do.
Who?
You.
Well, I mean, people do approach me, but that's just because they recognize me, not because my face says, "Hi, Let's have a conversation. I mean, and it's fine. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that, like, by and large, some people have very kind-looking, approachable faces, and I
Especially
don't
the
have one of
eyes.
those faces.
The eyes is like usually telling for some people. Like some people have just like softer eyes or kinder eyes. It's hard to explain.
So I should wear
how or
dark
why.
glasses all the time.
Listen, my eyes are great. That's not the problem. I don't know what's going on.
I
but,
don't know either.
Listen, Woody, rest assured, anytime I see you in public, I will always approach you.
Alan, I think you have dead eyes to me. Just because.
No. I'm dead inside,
soul.
Woody.
Yeah.
That's right. The eyes are fantastic, although they are the window to the soul.
Yeah.
So if you look in my baby greens, you will see the dead inside. All right, thank you, Woody.
Hey, have a good day, guys.
Yep, I thought Woody and I were going to exchange some pleasantries at the end there, but nope.
That's another thing I still can't get used to. For me, that word will always be roofing. So when I hear roofing,
roofing, yeah.
it's so odd. That's just that again, New England things, right? But it's roof.
I say roof.
Yeah, it's a roof.
Yeah.
I say roof.
So when you hear roof, I was a roofer for years. I'm like, oh God, you roofed?
I say route, but Alan says root. I've noticed.
I go back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get
Root
it.
was always my thing.
Interchangeable.
So I try to say it now
Ironically.
so I fit in. But yeah,
So you
roof.
fit in.
You know what I mean? You don't want to sound like a stranger, especially with a job like this.
Why?
I don't know. I want to try to sound like I belong.
That's why people are approaching you, because they're like, oh, this guy's from out of town. Let me slap some local knowledge on him.
So I should put my accent back on and just be like, dude,
Yeah.
how do you get to Route 77, pal?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Anybody
I'm stuck up here
know-
on the roof.
Yeah, dude. Hey, where's the bubbler? I need some
I
water.
would love that.
Where's the bubbler?
I need some water, dude.
Did you have that back in the day? Did you have that growing up?
No.
I was gonna say I didn't think you like did away with it for broadcasting, but I wondered if you had a lilt at least when you were a kid.
No, Western Massachusetts, there really is no accent there.
Not
Just-
in Western Mass. Okay.
You'll know where we are based on the things that we'll say, though. Like those things, they're so colloquial, you'll know it's Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I never had any formal type of accent that I'm aware of.
Anyway, we had receptionists who would have little conversations with us, and that's fine. I mean, we don't have a space here that could really accommodate a receptionist.
Well, no, you'd build that in the plans if we did.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think they probably would have said, okay, here, this would be a great reception area. We just call it dead space.
Well, but whom would we be receiving? I mean,
Well, if we still had people down here, if we
Well, but I mean, we
did
have
prizes.
We have guests. Oh, you mean? Oh, I see.
If it was like still the old days like that.
But isn't that just a function of it would be a colossal pain in the ass to always, because we're in a residential building.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be.
Yeah, I figured that's why they didn't do it. Like, you can't be constantly buzzing in randos because they're picking up some package. Like, we were in an office park before, so big parking lot and the whole thing.
It's a win-win, basically, when you look at it from the company standpoint.
Al may approach Rob because he looks like Kevin Stefanski if he were to lose a good amount of weight. That seems unfair, really.
It's
I mean,
true.
That seems,
I get it.
It seems unfair at best, inaccurate at worst. But what are you going to do? Someone is suing Ziploc. Boy, you got to think, if you work for Ziploc, you're like, man, let's say you're legal counsel for Ziploc. You just come in every day and put your feet up on the desk and figure, it's going to be fine. We'll have to get a couple of slings and arrows probably from big plastic. But someone is suing the Ziploc company. A class action lawsuit. Maybe you're part of it and don't even know it. You'll get those things in the mail that say, hey, did you buy this product between November of 1972 and December of 1991? Like everybody's keeping great mental records. A Ziploc hit with a class action lawsuit for misleading claims. How you like that? You grab I just bought a box of Ziploc quart-size bags not long ago, and there's really nothing on the front that I would take as misleading. It tells you that it has a smart zip. Yellow and blue make green. That's what they used to be. And but other than that, I don't know what the misleading stuff is. They said the misleading part is that the bags are suitable or safe to use in the freezer and microwave. They're saying that's not true anymore because of microplastics.
It's in the name, right?
Freezer bag. It's in the name. Yeah, they go, do you want the regular bags or the freezer one, the storage or the freezer ones?
Yeah. And microwave? Have you ever microwaved a Ziploc bag?
Hell no. Why wouldn't it melt?
That's what I thought.
It would turn into sauce for whatever you were,
Ziploc sauce.
Yum. What's that clear gravy?
Yeah.
Cancer.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Oh, it's so good. It's almost got like a neutral flavor. It doesn't taste like anything.
Puts such a nice sheen on my chicken.
Yes, it's like you had your dinner laminated. Yum. Oh, it's good. And then, because it's neutral flavored, you can just season it however you like.
Go figure. There's microplastics in plastic bags.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Wow.
So, a class action lawsuit against Ziploc imagine the person who files that. It's probably some environmental nerd or something.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
So they say that consumers should be properly informed so that they don't get a false sense of security from their sandwich bags.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I don't know who to root for in that. You know what I think I do? My money's on you, Ziploc. Johnson & Johnson, whoever makes those.
You want to inhale microplastics? Just go.
Yeah,
you just did it right now.
It's in the air, it's in the water, it's in our brains.
Yes.
Yeah, it is everywhere.
Ziploc, come on.
But Ziploc, these people think they have deep, clear pockets. And they are going to try to get some money from the Ziploc people, and maybe they will. Maybe we will. It's class action. Hey, Memorial Day weekend, I don't think I realized how close it is. Right? Memorial Day weekend?
Yeah.
It's like weekend after this one. Okay. Well, that's when the Berea Rib Cook-Off is back around. They have it out there at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. The 26th annual Berea National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest. They've got live music. They've got food. Our friends in Boaterhead are playing the Rib Cook-Off. They're there on the 25th. They've played the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. So the Berea Rib Cook-Off all Memorial Day weekend at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. You get a couple of fun packs here. Barbecue, bands, and brew fun packs. Ribs and stuff for the whole family. Live entertainment. BereaRib.com for all the details. Tickets start at $10. You can get these two fun packs here for you. But Berea's Rib Cook-Off is Memorial Day weekend. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Showers and storms are likely tonight, a low of 62. Wednesday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and storms and a high 74. Thursday, mostly sunny, a slight chance of showers and storms and a high Thursday of 82.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Now through May 31st, purchase a set of 4 select Goodyear tires at Conrad's, and you can get an $80 rebate online or by mail. Now is a great time to think about your vehicle and a new set of Goodyear tires from Conrad's.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now with Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things homeownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Buckle up for Top Thrill 2 at Cedar Point, the world's tallest and fastest triple launch coaster. Then shift into gear as you reach rubber-burning speeds of 120 miles per hour, soaring 420 feet into the sky on the world's only vertical speedway. Race over to cedarpoint.com to grab your 2025 Summer Pass and get unlimited visits through Labor Day. Just 5 payments of $18 plus free parking. After initial payment plus taxes and fees. Online only.
Hey, it's Alan. Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus is back this season. Join us every Wednesday in May and June for a 90-minute trip through Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods and entertainment districts. Your tour guides, very funny local comedians who put their own spin on the whole trip. It's a blast. Tickets are only $33. We leave from Collision Bend Brewing in the Flats, so get your tickets. Get ready to have a great time. Join us this season. Go to funnybus.net to grab your tickets and join us for a good time.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis. For over 30 years, the professionals at Paul Davis Restoration are the experts that Northeastern Ohio trusts for rapid emergency response. We are your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis is committed to minimizing stress and disruption to your life when your home or business experiences an unexpected disaster. Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. When disaster strikes, you do have a choice. Paul Davis, the first name in property damage restoration. We are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. Don't wait. Call Paul Davis, the restoration experts, at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. When disaster strikes, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis.
Hi, Drew and Jonathan Scott here, reminding you that a lot of life's firsts are better with help from American Family Insurance. Like your first home expansion or your first big lightning strike. There's a first for everything. Get the right home policy at the right price with the right help from American Family's agents. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway,
graduated on the free iHeartRadio app and relive your glory days, one song at a time.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Boy, that's the power of radio advertising right there, my friend. Playing that promo for the class of playlists on the iHeartRadio app. I dialed my own up. Want to see what they were playing in the class of 89 playlist. Smooth Criminal. I Won't Back Down, Tom Petty. Lost in Your Eyes by Debbie Gibson. The Jeff Healey Band. Remember the Jeff Healey Band?
Mm-hmm.
Angel Eyes. Like a Prayer. We Didn't Start the Fire.
And my version of it's way better.
Your version of what?
These throwback years to your graduation year.
Yeah.
We do them on the weekends here. So.
Oh, yeah, those specialty weekends.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. Headed for a Heartbreak. Janie's Got a Gun. Free Falling.
Oh, Headed
Heaven,
for a Heartbreak.
Love Songs. Fire Woman. I'll Be There for You. Patience. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Love Song. Cult of Personality. 18 in Life. Rocket. Bring It, iHeart.
When I was, I shouldn't say younger because the song was out probably when I was in high school. 18 in Life from Skid Row. Was that 89 or 88?
89.
89. I wasn't into Skid Row. As a metalhead, I didn't mind those bands, but Skid Row just didn't hit me in the right spot. I thought he said 18 in Life, good golly.
Did you really?
Yeah. 18 in Life, good golly.
Uh-huh.
That's what I thought he said. Because on the radio, I was barely paying attention, trying to get my hand up some girl's shirt.
Yeah.
18 in Life, good golly.
Fair.
So now when we play it, that's how I sing it, Rob.
I had a bunch of those, though. Misheard lyrics.
Mondegreens,
that's so
yeah.
common.
I know. But that's the one that comes to mind on that subject. Well, anyway, okay. There's the
Stevie Nicks song, Just Like a One-Winged Dove.
Yes, Edge of 17.
Yeah, One-Winged Dove was
Yeah.
what I always thought she said, not white.
Oh, is it? I thought it was one.
No.
It's white?
Yeah.
White-winged dove?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was one. Like it
No.
was hurt and crippled and was having a hard time.
No.
As a metaphor for heartbreak.
Nope.
Oh, I didn't know that.
At least that's what I've been told. I've
You're
been
probably
corrected
right.
on that one.
All right.
Edge of 17 lyrics.
Yeah. My song was Edging at 17. I was
When you started?
I wasn't getting a lot. I like Scott's version of We Didn't Start the Fire, the DJ Jake C version. That guy Scott that used to call us all the time.
Yeah, just like the White-Winged Dove.
Wow.
When we had the river on fire, and now look at us. Hello, Michael. Your Cronauer, Brian Fowler, back at Port Brother, 15 in Oberlin Rock. I couldn't sit or stand. They want to hire me, and then they go Yahoo it up. They're listening to MMS.
Yahoo it up. We got to work that back into our show lexicon. All right, everybody's ready to Yahoo it up. I got more money for you, by the way, in a few minutes. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. About 4:30 is the next time you get a crack at $1,000. In the break there, they announced that Pete Rose, is this all the people who were banned from the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame?
It looks that way. The deceased, the ones that have died.
Right, the dead ones. So now it doesn't matter. Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Rob Manfred is the baseball commissioner, and he said bans don't apply to players after death. Now, he didn't have to tell us that because they quite literally can't apply. They're dead. They don't care. This is like an FU in particular to guys like Pete Rose. Because Pete Rose, it took him a long time to admit it, but obviously he bet on baseball.
It is, but they've actually reinstated him for eligibility. I would not be surprised if you see him on a ballot.
Yeah.
Again, did he do some bad stuff? Sure. But eventually you're going to run out of people that should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just look at what's there versus think about when you were a kid. So now you're going to start seeing they're going to have to look at that steroid era much closer.
Yeah. Mark McGuire.
Yeah. Sammy Sosa, like Barry Bonds, all of those guys that were just juicing like crazy, all the pitchers that were doing it. Roger Clemens. Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Shoeless Joe banned, of course, for the Chicago Black Sox scandal. And 14 other dead players have been reinstated. Well, there you go.
I think it's a good look for baseball.
You think so?
I do.
Why didn't they do it when these guys were alive and they could enjoy it? And
That's exactly why.
So that's what I mean. This is an FU in particular. Wait till they're dead. When it's just for posterity, they don't care. I mean, if you're going to put a guy, if you're going to make a guy eligible for something, you do it while he's alive, right? Hey, you can enjoy this. Why do it when they're dead?
Because it's a nod to the career and not the person.
I see.
I think. That's why they're reinstating those guys.
I mean, there's certainly a case to be made for it. I'm just thinking of the perspective of, like, you're dead, and a guy running the baseball commissioner goes, yeah, all right, now that who cares?
Give him his flowers.
Just for the record books, we'll put him in.
Well, it's also going to make that commissioner look good. He's the guy who reinstated Pete Rose. Okay, so he's dead. Still has a family. There's still, you know what I mean? There's still something that will make it's a good look.
Who was the guy that banned him? Giamatti? Who was the baseball commissioner then?
Jesus, I don't
in '89.
I
thought it was Bart Giamatti.
Maybe.
1989 baseball commish was Fay Vincent. God, remember Fay Vincent?
No.
Oh, yeah, because Bart Giamatti died very suddenly. It's Paul Giamatti's dad who was the baseball commissioner. So they just stuck Fay Vincent in there.
Is that true?
Yeah.
His dad was the baseball commissioner?
Paul Giamatti's dad was A. Bartlett Giamatti, yeah. He was
did
a
not
baseball
know that.
commissioner, yeah.
Wow.
And then Fay Vincent was the guy that they just kind of, because Bart Giamatti had literally been baseball commissioner for like 7 months, and he had a heart attack and died. And so they put Fay Vincent in there. Peter Uberoth, remember that guy? He was the guy that was in charge maybe during the Pete Rose thing. But anyway, okay, so Pete Rose is eligible for induction into Cooperstown. And a bunch of other dead guys, too. I mean, Pete Rose just died, right?
Oh, yeah.
He just died.
Yeah.
So they waited till he was dead. They were like, all right, I changed my mind. Can you unilaterally do that as the baseball commissioner? You can just go, okay.
Yeah, I think you can do whatever you want.
Wow. Imagine that.
Bud Selig is the one that I remembered the most.
Yeah,
I
Bud
thought he
Selig.
was still there at that point. But.
Well, who's the current baseball commissioner? Rob Manfred, right?
Yep.
Of course, he's most famous for Manfred Mann's Earth Band.
Yes.
They did a cover of Bruce Springsteen's Blinded by the Light.
Didn't they write it?
No, Springsteen wrote it. They made it a hit.
Okay.
Yeah. He released it, and that was still, I think, the period of Springsteen's career where people he wasn't the boss yet. I don't think people were really paying attention to him. And then Rob Manfred Mann's Earth Band did it. So, not his first victory to become baseball commissioner.
Speaking of misheard lyrics, Manfred Mann, revved up like a douche.
Like a douche.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so once you become baseball commissioner, it seems like a gig you can just keep until you either die or don't want it anymore.
Well, yeah.
Like he's been baseball commissioner for 10, 12 years. You just go, yeah.
I look at Roger Goodell, same thing.
Yeah.
Once you're there, you're there. You know what I mean? Like, what can you do?
Be pretty nice. Let me give you this money. It's $1,000. Second to last chance to win today. And then we'll start it again tomorrow morning. From the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
The NBA on NBC. Remember Round Ball Rock?
Oh, yeah.
It was John Tesh. Everybody was, if you will, everybody was dunking on John Tesh at the time because they only knew him from Entertainment Tonight. They didn't realize that he was a musician and a composer. But he sold this to NBC for the NBA and made a lot of money. And the guy was putting out a lot of albums. SNL did a bit on this.
Yeah.
Probably about 10 years ago. It was the one season. Tim Robinson is a big deal now. He's in a new movie with Paul Rudd. He had I Think You Should Leave, a couple of seasons of that. He did Detroiters. one of the most underrated comedy shows of all time. But he had one season on Saturday Night Live. He just wasn't anybody's cup of tea. And they did a bit when Vince Vaughn hosted. This is like 10 years ago. And Sudeikis comes in, and he wants to play the song for them called Round Ball Rock, right? He's John Tesh, and he brings in his brother. And the premise is that Round Ball Rock has...
So good.
Tim Robinson was slightly ahead of his time. People weren't ready for him yet. Basketball. Michael Jordan is going to rejoin NBC as an NBA contributor. Michael Jordan must be really bored. He'll be a special contributor for NBA coverage this upcoming basketball season. I always think he's older than he is. He's 62. For some reason, I always think that Michael Jordan is older than that. I always think he's 91, Rob.
The GOAT.
Yes. That's very controversial around these parts.
I know.
But obviously, I'm biased. I don't even come at it from the perspective of data or records. There's people who can really parse those things, within an inch of their life. I come at it as a lifelong Bulls fan. It just so happens that he is the greatest of all time.
It's a completely different league. What you saw then versus what you see now will be when they decide who's the best. LeBron is going to be the best on paper. Data is going to say LeBron James, the best basketball player of all time. But when you look at when they played and how they played, Jordan is the greatest.
It was a more smash-mouth game.
Just beating the piss out of each other night after night.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a completely different time. Now the whistle blows for everything. You flop, they're blowing the whistle.
Yeah.
You get punched in the face back then and have to hit free throws.
Yeah, so it sounds like they signed him to a long-term deal. So he'll contribute for the NBA and possibly the WNBA. Peacock is going to be streaming a lot of the NBA games. And, of course, basketball was on NBC for a long, long time.
I can't imagine he's going to do a lot. You know what I mean?
No,
They'll bring him in for little bits here and there.
Yeah, of course. Just put him on camera. They
Yeah.
go, hey, there's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
What do you think, MJ?
I think it was great. Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping by, Michael. We'll
Hey,
see you
pal.
later. Yeah, it's great.
Put him on camera. Ammonia. Hey, Leslie.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for all the recommendations about Sonic Temple. It was awesome over the weekend.
Oh, good.
B, I don't know if you're still on the misheard lyrics thing, and I don't know if I've ever called in about this, but my husband makes fun of me for it. I think it's Billy Squire, the song The Stroke.
Yes.
My husband and I were in the car one day, and I'm humming, singing along, and I go with slowly choke me, choke. And my husband looks at me, he's like, what did you just say? I'm like, yeah, it's the song they were talking about choking. Like,
You
it's a
thought the
progressive
song was
BDSM
called
song.
The Choke, Leslie.
No, he had to remind me. He's like, honey, it's called The Stroke. What do you think
Right.
they're talking about?
Listen,
So,
she's wrong, but
yeah.
I love the way she thinks.
I was going to say, her head is in the
Yeah, I
right
mean, come
place.
on.
Her head and her heart and
Well
her neck
done.
are in the right place.
Slowly
Yes.
choke
me.
Choke. Anyway, have a good day. Love you guys.
All right,
Bye.
let me mind. There's Leslie. Slowly choke me. You make my face turn blue. Slowly
Such a good song.
choke me.
Love Billy Squire. And Bill Squire.
Billy Squire is still to this day, and he had his day. He had a lot of hits. Given all that, still underrated.
I agree.
Fantastic guitar player.
And guess where he is not?
I don't know.
In the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, see, I don't see his name coming up for that.
He will, eventually.
You think?
Absolutely.
Billy Squire.
Look at the hits.
As like a dark horse pick?
He absolutely will. They will absolutely get him in someday.
Wow.
I'll probably not be around to see it, but they'll be like, oh, yeah, there was that guy. Let's put him in before we put in Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. Eric out in Penn Hills sends me stuff all the time. There's a guy in downtown Pittsburgh shooting people with a slingshot. And I think they got him. Man accused of using slingshot to launch rocks at people in downtown Pittsburgh.
Rocks at people. Channel 11's Gabriella DeLuca is live downtown after hearing from someone who saw the suspect with the slingshot. Gabriella.
Lisa, it happened here in busy downtown Pittsburgh. In fact, right behind me at the Mellon Square Park, investigators say that the guy was up at the top there and then shooting the slingshot down here to people who were walking on Smithfield.
He was just sitting there looking at people and going, shooting at them.
I love it. Yinzer incoming. It's crazy. He just sit down there and shoot people all afternoon.
He was just sitting there looking at people and going, shooting at them. He's crazy.
Brian Michael was there yesterday morning when police say this man, Joshua Strong, was shooting
Joshua
Strong in Mellon Square Park.
They didn't know what was going on. It was coming from nowhere.
According to Pittsburgh,
it's coming from nowhere. We were sitting down there, all of a sudden I got pew, pew, pew on my head. It hurt. He's just got a cap sitting on top of his head. I love it. So listen, for those of you thank you, Eric. Eric said, if only a good guy with a slingshot had been there, they could have taken him down. That's all it takes. It's too bad our signature drink is going to be called the Labia Roller Coaster, Rob, because the Pittsburgh Slingshot is a great name for a drink. And today being World Cocktail Day. You sent me that.
I did.
I didn't know today was World Cocktail Day.
We got to celebrate.
Right.
I absolutely will.
Oh, I did last night at ICP.
What were you drinking?
Oh, I was
Your normals?
Yeah, tequila and Red Bull. Cocktail appeared in print, the word, first time May 13th, 1806, by Harry Croswell. World Cocktail Day. The Pittsburgh Slingshot.
Thought it would have been like the first time it was in print was like Harvey Wallbanger put it into print to Tom Collins was the first guy to write it in an article.
Mr. Wallbanger, copy boy, please. Right. The Pittsburgh Sling. It could be we haven't played Cocktail or Sex Act in a long time.
Ooh.
You want to play Cocktail? Because the Pittsburgh Slingshot could just as easily be a sex act.
True.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys guess here. Hold on.
And a cartoon cat top. Wait, never mind. This is Cocktail or Sex Act.
All right. So obviously it's very simple. It's the names are so similar. It could either be a cocktail or a sex act, okay? So I'll just ask you, and you'll tell me which one you think it is. Kat, what do you think a bend-over Shirley is?
I think it's a cocktail.
Yeah, that was easy. That one was too easy. Rob, how about a land shark?
That is a cocktail.
Sorry, that's a sex act. It's when you chow down on somebody like a shark.
While they're laying down, like a beached shark.
But isn't that also one of the names of a beer?
It is.
It is. Yeah, but that's
I'm not taking the L on that one.
That's not a cocktail. That's a beer,
that's right.
Rob.
You're right. You're right. Fine.
My Fair Lady, Kat. Is that a cocktail or a sex act?
I feel like it's a sex act. No.
Sorry, My Fair Lady is a drink. Rob, the Japanese Slipper.
I'm going to go sex act.
Oh, sorry, it's a cocktail. It is, I lost it. Oh, it's Midori, Cointreau, and lemon juice. Kat, how about the Dirty Swirly?
Cocktail?
I'm sorry, that's a sex act.
What is that?
Don't look any of these. You got to look them up on Urban Dictionary, all right? But the Dirty Swirly, if you've never tried it, it's almost the weekend. Let's see here. Rob, how about Rooster Tail? Is that a cocktail or a sex act?
Sex act.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Rooster Tail is Cuervo, OJ, and tomato juice.
It seems so obvious. That's why.
That's why the game could be so difficult, Rob, because they sound so similar. Cat, let's see. The masturbating butterfly.
A sex act?
Sorry, that's a cocktail. It's Jaeger, Midori, vodka, Sprite.
Wow.
And sours.
It's a lot of things.
Rob, I'll give you one more here. The Hindenburg.
Sex act. Yes!
Sex act. I don't know why that is, but it is.
And a cartoon cat top. Wait, never mind. This is Cocktail or Sex Act.
I wish I could tell you what any of those things were, but unfortunately I simply can't do that. But anyway, World Cocktail Day. Who knew? The Mission Impossible film, it is the very last chapter in a 30-year-old franchise. Mission Impossible 1 came out in 1996, and this is the back half of the very last film. They kind of left you on a cliffhanger. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning is going to be in theaters everywhere Memorial Day weekend. So that drops next Friday the 23rd. We are going to do an early screening a couple of nights before. So if you want to join us for it, out at Phoenix Great Northern Cinemas, next Wednesday night, 7 p.m. screening, you and a friend, of the very last Mission Impossible film. It's called The Final Reckoning, with Tom Cruise and Ving Rhames and Vanessa Kirby and Simon Pegg and the whole Hee-Haw gang. These passes for you. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What are your best bets? I like the under.
Take the money line. Stay away from this one.
Always bet on Buzzard.
I like that bet. I think that's a smart move.
With the Buzzard Bookie, get an earful of MMS.
That's a win. I take that all day.
And maybe a pocket full of cash.
And parlay that into something else.
You can lose. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000.
Lay your bets.
The Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Sponsored by Premier Home Pros.
Premier Home Pros are the pros in bathroom remodels. Fast, high quality, and hassle-free. Go to premier-homepros.com and tell them you heard it on the radio to get a special offer of $2,000 off your dream bathroom. That's premier-homepros.com.
ABC tonight on the Will Trent season finale.
What the hell's happening?
Time is running out.
Hundreds of thousands of people will die. We gotta move.
Cover me.
That begins tonight at 8 on News 5.
Get more of what you need with Good Morning Cleveland. I'm Tiffany Tarpley. Get more than just the forecast, but out where weather happens. And more than developing stories, we are following through. Get more with Good Morning Cleveland, weekdays, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Want to watch live, do it on our YouTube channel. And you can listen anywhere, of course, on that iHeartRadio app. There's a little talkback button if you want to drop us messages there as well.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening live to the show today. You and Rob started discussing microplastics and how they're everywhere. Scientists recently just discovered some new rocks, some plastic rocks that were formed off some island from a volcanic eruption. The Earth is actually starting to melt down some of this plastic trash and mixing it with the natural rocks and forming these sort of like semi-synthetic rocks, and it just doesn't bode well for our environment. But anyways, hate the show. Bye.
No, it doesn't bode well, does it? Thank you, Rich. They're in Jacksonville. I was reading about Mount Spur. You know, we have bureau chiefs in the great state of Alaska as well. There's a volcano west of Anchorage that they say its eruption is imminent. It erupted back in 1992. That was the last time it did. And they say that it will likely erupt in the next weeks or months. There are over 100 earthquakes a week under the volcano. And 450 metric tons of sulfur dioxide are spewing from the peak. So they're waiting for this to happen. Here's the Mount Spur eruption going back to 1992. If you're watching here. You ever seen a volcanic eruption?
As we were from our range, so about 45 miles out, I'd say 60,000 plus.
August 18th, 1992. I mean, I guess a day like that, you'd probably just, bring an umbrella? Take a raincoat?
A lead umbrella, yeah.
Yeah, we watched a documentary not long ago about these people that were, sightseeing. Somebody remind me, what was the name of that? The documentary where the people were sightseeing and in the Philippines or something, and there's a volcano, and a bunch of people didn't get off. Volcano, the Rescue from Wakari. It's called The Volcano. They really a deep dive on that one. Yeah, there was an eruption in 2019 on a White Island in New Zealand, and a bunch of people died. 22 people were killed. A bunch of other people got off, but, you're trying to run on hot rock, and woof. How about that? So for our bureau chiefs there in Alaska, they are keeping an eye on this. And then, like Rich said, microplastics and rocks that are...
Hey, goodbye, Earth!
Frankly, can't happen fast enough, as far as I'm concerned. There's another one of those articles this morning. They said the universe is going to end much more quickly than they thought. It's going to be 10 to the 78th power zeros. 10 and 78 zeros or whatever years. They originally thought it was going to be 10 and 1100 zeros before, so it's going to end a lot sooner. I mean, the whole entire human race will be like thousands of years gone, but the nerds were figuring out when exactly. It's going to be sooner than we thought.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
Yeah. That's okay. Thank you. Alan, when do experts say Mount Sperm will erupt? Because, Rob, I said Mount Spur, S-P-U-R-R. That is the volcano there that's set to erupt west of Anchorage. And this listener took that and turned it into sperm. Yeah. I guess that's okay.
That erupts much more frequently.
From the age of 11 or 12 or 13.
Till death.
Yeah, till death. Much more frequently.
It's a daily eruption.
Wow. A daily. Well, listen, what do they say? It's good for prostate health.
Yeah.
Supposed to be doing it as much as you possibly can.
Pop a day keeps the doctor away.
Yes. That's right. And if you really want to keep the doctor away, maybe more. We have Dr. Berglund in here, and he's due for another visit not far off. That's a common theme. You want to make sure that you're keeping the pipes clean, that everything is as it should be.
I got 15 minutes. What are you doing? Think I'll have a wank?
15. I feel I'll have a wank. Thank you very much. 15 minutes. Alan, do you remember the volcano that hit New York City? Anne Heche and Tommy Lee Jones saved the day. Yeah, it was one of those competing volcano movies. I don't think I saw either of them. There was Volcano with Anne Heche and Tommy Lee Jones, and there was another one called Dante's Peak. Remember that? It was Linda Hamilton and Pierce Brosnan. And every so often, there will be movies of a similar tone, just with different stars and a different name, that end up getting released at the same time. And it's got to suck if you're one of the people working at one of the studios, and for whatever reason you didn't know another studio had a similar movie in the works. Because you got to release it, put all this money into it, time and resources. They go, did you guys hear the Paramount is getting ready to drop a volcano movie? But we're doing a volcano movie. Yeah, I asked them to quit, but they wouldn't do it. We've got Tommy Lee Jones. Again, this is early 90s, right, when these names were like a bigger deal. We've got Tommy Lee Jones. Well, we've got Pierce Brosnan. So you had Volcano with Anne Heche. I think that's what it was. Yes, Volcano, 1997.
I don't remember that movie.
And it was a volcano underneath New York City. And that movie made $122 million. And then there was Dante's Peak, which, if memory serves, was the less successful movie. And that was Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton.
Well, you always go.
Oh, that made $178 million.
They won?
They won. Yeah.
I'd go Tommy Lee Jones all day before I'd go Pierce Brosnan in that role.
See, I like Pierce Brosnan.
I do too.
Am an unabashed Pierce Brosnan fan. People give me a hard time because I love those James Bond movies. We talked about this last week. People go, what's your favorite James Bond? I go, Daniel Craig's awesome. That's probably the closest to what Ian Fleming had in mind for the books. But I just love Pierce Brosnan. James Bond was, first and foremost, they referred to as a gentleman spy. He wasn't necessarily out there cracking skulls. So I really liked Pierce Brosnan.
He was great. I'm just a Tommy Lee Jones fan. I love everything he's in.
Or as my friend's aunt calls him, Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Bronson. No, that's what she calls him. I saw Pierce Bronson. I go, well, my friend's aunt. I go, okay. Well, he's good. He's currently in a show called Mobland, the Guy Ritchie show with Tom Hardy. It's awesome. Oh, I'm sorry. The volcano is in Los Angeles, not New York City. Oh, my goodness.
How dare you?
Oh, my. It's like Armageddon and Deep Impact. Those were a couple of asteroid movies that were released at the same time.
Armageddon won that one.
Armageddon it, like the Def Leppard song. Again, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian, I like Deep Impact. Now, it was not the kind of movie I thought it was when I bought my ticket. I will say that.
I can't believe they're showing this in a regular theater.
Seriously, in 70 millimeter?
Imagine the look on my face when I took out the lotion.
Oh, was I red-faced.
Boy, oh boy, this is not what I was expecting.
Believe. Guys, can I get a refund?
I guess I didn't need the lotion.
My goodness. Well, I've got 15 minutes.
Yep.
Let's go see Deep Impact.
I think I'll have a wank.
Right. Alan, it's gaseous, superheated concrete. If the cloud gets you, you're dead. Imagine that. Gaseous, superheated concrete. Wow.
Bathroom situation I walked into earlier.
Is that Mount Spur going off? What the hell is happening?
Maybe.
What was in the bathroom situation?
Oh, the guy that was in there just doesn't believe in courtesy flushing.
Oh, I see.
I just don't understand why people would ever do that. It's not hard.
I walked in there one day. I'd never seen this before, and I'm not sure how they did it. I walked in one day, and the toilet paper. How do you do it? The toilet paper that goes on the seat before you sit down?
Yeah, the nest.
When you make a toilet paper nest.
Yeah.
The nest looked like it had been used.
And he got up and didn't move?
How does... No. Like, wiped used.
Oh,
like it was all dirty and brown. I go, what the hell is happening around here?
Check,
what
please.
Yes. I'm like, are people... Have we gotten to the level now where there's like bathroom trolls that are...
Yeah.
They're just looking for whatever they can
It's
pick up
just
in
chocolate.
kicks.
They're just screwing with us.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, whatever that dude did in there, I came back and I had to show you that video.
Yes.
You got to put some water on that thing, bro. Like that is, it was just be polite.
Yeah. You're not in the electric chair.
Yeah. Hit that switch.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. I mean, you got to do it on impact. The second that thing comes out, hit it. Everybody's in there. It's communal. I don't want to taste that. You know what I mean? Sitting there trying to take a leak, and it's just like, oh my God, it's on my tongue.
It's gaseous concrete cloud.
Awful.
Why is your tongue out when you go to the bathroom?
When you're breathing.
When you're breathing? Why are you breathing through? You're breathing through your mouth. I see.
No. If you're breathing through your mouth, you breathe through your nose. It's all going in the same space.
Wow.
I'm licking the urinal. That's usually what I do when I'm in there. You don't do that?
I do not do that.
Oh.
No. And I'll tell you what, it took me a long time to stop because I really developed a taste for porcelain.
Yeah. Once you get the taste of that urinal cake.
Once you get the taste, like a dog with an egg. Once they get the taste, you got to sequester them from the rest of the stock because they will be just sneaking into that chicken coop and stealing eggs.
Me with urinal cakes. Can't resist. I'm going to pick it up, take a bite.
Yum. Well, they're like, I always assumed that they were flavored like the pink Necco wafers. They are very much not. They're not.
These new ones have a nice, like a raspberry
flavor.
Yeah, it's nice.
But it's like a super cloying.
Strong.
Oh God, the smell. Listen, you can't have it all, right?
Yep.
I'm happy if they work, and I'm not picky.
It was so bad earlier. Like you pee directly on that thing as hard as you can to get the scent out even more. So it just smells like super strong cleaning fluid. I'm like, oh, it's so much better.
Yeah, you're trying to activate a time release capsule in there.
Yeah.
But I'm. You want to talk about baffled? I was baffled at how this person's toilet paper nest laid out as people do, 3 pieces on the seat itself was clearly befouled.
So weird.
I don't get it.
Must have just had a lot of splash.
I kicked it in with my foot.
Oh, you used that?
Used what?
That bathroom or that particular toilet?
Well, yeah. I kicked the nest in, and then I flushed, and then I grabbed more paper and wiped the seat down within an inch of its life.
Oh,
what am I going to use? I got to go. There's like only 3 things there.
Did
One
you
of them's
boil
always
your
broken.
hand? I told you, man. I go to bars now.
I know.
I'll buy a soda. Just sit down. Oh, yeah. Boy, do I have to. Excuse me. I'll be right
Bathrooms are for
back.
customers only. Can I get a Coke?
Yes, please. I'll be right back.
I mean, I'm not going to leave the building to go to an off-site bathroom. We do have a bathroom here.
You could have picked another stall, too. Like, if you saw somebody's nest.
There's like 3 of them, and 2 of them are always broken. So I just went into the one that was right there. I mean, it's not,
God.
I have a very strong immune system.
A foul nest. Allow me to clear this nest first before I go.
Those cashews.
Yes.
No way, man.
No, it was fine. It was fine. I didn't have any problems whatsoever. I got more listener mail, by the way.
Look at this. Letters. We got letters.
Boy, people get so upset at the weirdest things. There was that guy that wrote me yesterday or the day before about just how bad I sucked and blah, blah, blah. So now I get an email from John, and the subject line is, knock it off. It just says, knock it off. Which is old-timey. I like that, right? It's like when somebody really wants you to stop something, but they don't really care about it. They're like, hey, knock it off. Alan, you are so, with multiple O's, which is effeminate, but okay. Alan, you are so gay for David Draymond.
Oh.
Disturbed is absolute trash, and Draymond is an absolute douche. From the piercings, gay outfits, Really stuck on gay. Trench coat and ripping off Alice Cooper's stage acts. Most people have the musical palate of a tumbleweed, and it surprises me that a self-proclaimed metalhead fawns over this corporate garbage. You make me sick. Knock it off. Rob, you're on thin ice too. What does Rob have to do with it? Next, you're going to tell us Californication is a Grammy-worthy song. I like how he calls me a self-proclaimed metalhead. I didn't make the word up. So he's mad that I like Disturbed.
And I'm on thin ice because I didn't disagree with you, and I said some of those songs are good.
But he's really hooked on the gay thing, though.
Yeah.
David Draymond has gay outfits. I'm gay for him. And
he
David
wrote,
Draymond has ripped off Alice Cooper.
And in his email, if you were to read it the way it's written, it says, so...
Gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
a lot of
who?
O's. A lot of O's.
A lot of O's.
Trust me, gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay. Gay it's going to be.
Gay it's going to be. Right. Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate it. I guess knock it off pertains to me being complimentary about Disturbed. Now, I would have, I think most of us would have, I would have recommended him or advised against him doing the public proposal.
Oh, yeah.
But he wanted everybody to know. You know what I mean? Like, you want to publicly proclaim those things. You know how difficult it is when you can't publicly proclaim those things? And he has that kind of a platform. He's like, please bring out my... No, I'm doing Cat's dad. That's how he talks.
Do me a favor and bring out Sarah Jones.
Please bring out my...
Sarah Uli.
Yeah, Sarah Uli. I mean, he doesn't call her his fiance because she's not his fiance yet.
Is her name Sarah?
Sarah Uli.
Oh, I got it right. Sarah Jones. Uli. Close enough.
Did you call her Sarah...
Jones.
I think I called her Sarah Dad Jones.
Please bring out my girlfriend, Sarah Dad
Sarah
Jones.
Sarah.
Sarah Dad Jones.
I love you. Sounded like you farted there at the end.
Didn't it? Yep.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
The show must go on.
Yeah.
The sounds of silence. Excuse me.
Pardon?
This is how I got her
As
to
I
fall in
walk the
love.
streets alone. Pardon me. The streets of cobblestone. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Scusi.
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 Mi scusi. Mi dispiace.
All right. And that's David Draymond farting on stage. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bam. And scene.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah. Oh, come on.
And this has been David Draymond farting on
David
stage.
Draymond farts before he proposes to his girlfriend. Now his fiance.
All because of one little mic sound.
Yeah.
My fiance Sarah Uli.
I wonder if they set a date.
Pardon me.
Excuse me.
I'm so sorry.
I can't stop.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me. It was a pre-show meal. Pardon me.
Excuse
I'm
me.
so sorry.
What I was trying to say was, Sarah, would you please take pardon?
I'm so sorry.
Got a little tummy issue here.
The sounds of silence.
Oh, it's so dumb.
It is very, very dumb.
God almighty.
Okay. Let me. Oh, Mushroom Head. I'm gonna go see Mushroom Head. They do Mushroom Head Halloween every year, and this year you get to get Halloween out of the way. They're doing November the 1st. Good for them. It's a Saturday night Mushroom Head Halloween, and they got plenty of special guests with them. They got Psycho Stick, Black Satellite, and Mind Incision. Well done. All of it goes down at the world-famous Agora on Saturday night, November the 1st. Excuse me. AgoraCleveland.com for the details. Mushroom Head Halloween. Caller 10. You and a friend will go. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Showers and storms are likely tonight, a low of 62. Wednesday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and storms and a high 74. Thursday, mostly sunny, a slight chance of showers and storms and a high Thursday of 82.
This report is sponsored by Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric.
Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric is your one call for big savings. Now
WMMS.
Devo was just here, weren't they? I think I saw somebody post some pictures. Devo was on their farewell tour, and I think they were just in town. Like last night of Sonic Temple, a lot of people came back to see Devo. The pride of Akron, Ohio, of course. They fined, by the way, the jockey who just won the Kentucky Derby. I didn't even know this was a thing. They suspended him, and they fined him for whipping the horse too much. Junior Alvarado is the guy who rode Sovereignty. That was the winner of the Kentucky Derby. And he's been fined and suspended $62,000. What do jockeys make? If you win the Kentucky Derby, you get a cut, or they pay you out flat, or how does that? I wonder how that works. Because you got to be short to be a good jockey. So you already got that going against you. So you've kind of found the one area in life that you can really maximize your potential as a shorter person.
It looks like they earn like around $3 million.
Yeah.
The winner.
They do?
But
the jockey?
Well, yeah, but the total wage bill is $16 million per year. So that means that the second place finisher gets $1 million, third place receives $500,000, fourth gets
So he just gets so the rider gets a cut?
Well, yeah, but the first rider gets the most amount. Yeah, $3 million. The fifth person earns $150,000. So I guess the first 5 winners get a lot.
And they probably get paid on top of that. That's probably just to win the race.
Not counting like sponsors or whatever.
Well, this says that he got $310,000. So that's 20% of what he won.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Been fined $62,000, 20% of his $310,000 share of the winnings, and suspended for 2 Kentucky racing days. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like you get in trouble for whipping the horse too much. Like a euphemism. What are you doing in there?
Whipping the horse.
All right. You got 15 minutes?
I only need 5.
All right.
Be right out.
He was using the riding crop 8 times. However, regulations, I guess they want to pretend that they're animal friendly or something. I don't know. Regulations set by the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, or HISA, allow the riders to use their whip 6 times during a race. Boy, you got to keep track of your whip count. They said it was the second time in 6 months that this jockey had violated this rule. Well, that's a big chunk then, man. A fifth of your purse goes to HISA or Churchill Downs, whoever gets it. It was his first victory in the Derby. So classic good news, bad news situation. Way to tarnish what was otherwise a pretty momentous occasion.
How many times did he do it?
8. You only get 6.
Let me just ask a quick question here. Just hell of it. I think the horse cares if he's getting hit 6 times or 8 times?
Hell no. That's what I'm saying. This is another one of these dumb things that they institute.
One time shouldn't happen.
To pretend that it's humane? I don't know.
Oh, we're only, horses have a high threshold for pain, so after 6, they start to feel it.
He can appeal the decision. He said that he only realized he had exceeded the permitted whip use when rewatching the race. I couldn't keep track of that, he said. It's such a big race. There's so much you've got on your mind. So you think they singled him out because he was the winner? You think I bet somebody else, the owner of one of the losing horses, complained.
Some guy's counting them.
You're telling me every other jockey in the Kentucky Derby, part of their brain is committed to the whip count? Maybe that's just part of the gig. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. But I wasn't even aware there was a whip count. Well, now I'm interested in the Kentucky Derby. I'll be out there counting whips. They go, hey, who do I talk to? Number 3 out there. Pat Pap's taint. He whipped him 9 times. 9 times.
I like that name for a horse.
Pat Pap's taint.
Yeah.
That's funny.
When the extra whip happened, he said, I was right next to the favorite, and I needed to do what I needed to do at the time. Yeah, they want you to win. And you did. If you lost and went back to the owner and said, well, at least I didn't exceed the whip count, they would thrash you about the head, neck, and chest. With prejudice. May 17th is the next leg of the Triple Crown. The Preakness is coming up this weekend. I won't make it, Rob. I've got the daddy-daughter Girl Scouts dance.
Oh, that's right. Maybe they'll have it on.
Yeah. Hey, could you guys turn on the Preakness? I got a whip count I got to keep track of.
Everybody's standing there
People
counting.
start betting.
Yeah.
I think he just hit him. It was a fake. He didn't make contact that time. 6. There's 6. Let's ask the horse what he wants. None.
But Sovereignty is not going to race. The trainer said that they're not going to try to get Sovereignty to win the Triple Crown. I think you're pushing your luck, right? A horse that tries to win the Triple Crown? Because there's the Preakness in Baltimore, and then Belmont Stakes is June 7th. And the trainer's like, we're not putting Sovereignty through that. At Pimlico Racecourse. But I love the notion of a whip count. I'm sure people who are like really into horse racing, this is, you're rolling your eyes. This is old news. I'd never heard of that before. Nor have I heard of these animals. What are they called, Rob? Horses? Is that what I'm?
Horses.
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 Okay. I want to make sure I was pronouncing that correctly. Don't exceed your whip count.
Whip.
Listen, well, I have a standing appointment with my dominatrix, and that's what I tell her. Please don't exceed your whip count. And well, I have a couple. I have dominatrices, Kat, and I will go see them, and they kind of alternate.
They pour wax on you.
Well, that's I mean, if I pay for it, sure. It's more about the whip count. Alan, that guy that emailed you about Disturbed, I texted you the same thing yesterday about you being gay for David Draymond. That guy who wrote you that letter is correct. Somebody else suggested the sound of silence but deadly.
Yes. Okay.
The silent ones are the deadly ones.
I mean, the loud ones are pretty
usually
bad
those
too.
Smell more, apparently.
Do they?
The silent ones smell more.
But
Yeah.
I don't know, what does a sound have to do with
I
the
don't know
intensity of the...
I have no clue why.
Yeah. Sounds like a
Well,
farting old
always,
wives' tale.
The fart's always based on temperature anyway. If it comes out hot, you're in trouble.
Don't they all come out hot? Who's
Not all
farting
farts.
cold farts?
A lot
It's
anytime.
coming from inside your body.
If you're just blowing a clean fart, like a regular fart,
But it's coming
it's
from...
not. It doesn't matter.
But inside your body is warmer than the outside
I
air.
understand, but when you blow a hot fart, you know it's going to smell. You're going to tell me you've never farted and noticed that it was hot?
That's true. Apparently, smelly farts are more concentrated with sulfur-containing compounds, and
But what does that have to do with the
they
temperature?
have a smaller, smaller volume, which means less gas is escaping.
Yeah, but that's not going to explain the
What does that have to do with the
though.
temperature, though?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, you know when you blow a hot fart. You know the difference. I've been farting clean all day. All day long.
Because you're concerned about the environment. You're big on renewable resources.
I just went to the bathroom, loudly farting, which I normally don't do. Those, nothing. But if it was quiet and hot, everybody's in trouble.
Huh. Quiet and hot.
Yeah. Farts are always based on temperature.
But they're always warmer than the outside air. They're all
I'm
hot.
talking about coming out. You know it's hot. You can feel it. I'm not talking about like you can feel it in the air, like your hand behind you. I'm saying you can feel it past the cheeks in temperature, and you know, oh, it's going to stink.
I wonder
This is
why
gonna
that
be a bad
is.
one.
Were you eating capsaicin or
Let's
are
see.
you eating salsa?
I'm just going to ask.
Salsa
why
farts?
do hot farts stink? It pops up on its own.
Okay.
The feeling of heat can be, yeah, there you go. The heat, the spicy foods.
Okay.
If you have less gas, the expelled gas might linger around the anus for a little bit longer.
Why do hot
Certain
farts-
foods
I
like
don't
eggs,
know.
cheese,
Leads to-
vegetables, garlic. Yeah, bacteria break down the sulfur,
Yeah.
which makes the fart hotter or perceived stinkier. See?
Okay.
I know what's up.
I didn't say you didn't. I needed it to be explained to me.
But you know, I mean, you've farted enough in your lifetime to know that, like, if it's like a normal fart, you probably get a 50-50 shot of it smelling. But if it's hot, you know it's going to smell. No, it's one. Not all farts stink, but all hot farts stink.
Okay.
Science.
It is science. Listen, there's no doubt about it. I just needed to have it laid out for me, and I needed to have it explained to me.
Science.
Okay. Watch him whip, then watch it nay, nay, said Stephen Canton. There you go. Well done, Steve. Thank you, pal. I've got $1,000. It's your last chance today to win $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. We got plenty of keywords for you starting tomorrow morning with RMG, so good luck.
To bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my fiancée to the stage, Miss Sarah. Excuse me, Miss Sarah Uli, the love of my life. You know, it was just a few short years ago. Pardon me. It was just a few short years ago that we met each other. We both thought we'd never find love again. And yet, excuse me. Let's bring it on.
This is awfully embarrassing.
This is embarrassing. I'm so sorry. That one was hot, too. Pardon me.
That one was hot.
Oh, I'm so...
All right, so hot is...
Honey, you know what that means.
All right. Well, I haven't, I guess I don't have that much experience with it, with the temperature differential, I guess.
That's really surprising. I just figured that was something like everybody knew. Like
maybe,
it was just a well-known...
Maybe it's something innate, but nobody had articulated it, I guess. You had to Google it.
Well, pay attention next. Well, but I knew there was a difference. Like, pay attention next time you fart. If it's not like yeah, you just know it's warm air. If you don't notice, it's probably normal and won't smell. But if you do one and you're like, oh, that felt warm, watch, it's gonna smell.
Al and I ate some very spicy food, Indian food, at 2 a.m. So all of my farts today have been hot and very deadly.
Yeah,
silent or otherwise.
Yeah, there's like the eating Indian food at night, man. That's like
okay. So we're talking about hot as spicy.
No,
temperature.
Hot like temperature. Yeah.
When are they ever cold?
I'm not saying that they're cold. I'm saying the hot farts. They're all warm. A hot one, you know, is going to smell.
Okay.
This can't be the first time you've heard this.
I don't know that it's ever occurred to me. Anything that comes out of your body is going to be warm.
Yes. But I'm not saying if you hold your hand behind your ass, it's going to be hotter.
But you would.
No, I'm
wouldn't
not.
You wouldn't feel it?
I'm saying like you can feel, like you have nerves in your butt. You can feel the warm come out.
You're saying internally you'd feel it.
You feel that temperature. I'm not saying in my ass. I'm saying like the cheeks of my ass can tell if something is going to be a terrible scent. If it's hot, you know when a hot fart happens. There's a difference, man. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
You can absolutely tell.
So sorry.
Beg your pardon. This is awfully embarrassing.
I promise this will never happen again.
All right. Listen, I believe. Yeah, I believe.
And with him, with those leather pants, everyone sounds the same.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all.
Beg your pardon.
Oh, pardon me.
Excuse me.
Take them out of the. Take this mask off. Okay, well, people are telling me that I'm dumb and you're right, and okay.
No, you're not dumb.
Alan, shut up. Hot farts are a thing.
You've probably just never taken the time to think about it.
I didn't say they weren't a thing. I've just never had anything even remotely close to a conversation on the subject.
That's what it is. Now the next time you blow one, you'll know. You'll know the difference. You'd be like, oh, there it is. That's the hot fart he was talking about. And then it probably ain't going to make any sound like that either. It's usually like the farts that make that, the hot farts. Like they don't make noises. A little squeak.
The whoosh. The quiet ones like this.
Right.
They're really, really quiet. You can't even tell what's happening.
The chewy farts. That one probably just was loud,
Chewbacca.
made noise.
Yeah. Well, that's a girl with sizable carriage. She's really got
Just
some
working its way out.
Yes, there's a lot of the rate of flap vibration is very hot in that
And
situation.
you got a big thing too. That's as much as that's a loud fart and a long fart. Imagine how much fart had to happen for it to make that noise on someone of sizable carriage.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fart. Tune in, Tokyo.
Tune in, hotness. There's a warm front coming in. A warm front coming in from outside. Indian food in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, you should never. You should know better.
Well, I do like Indian food, so maybe the next time I have it, I will make a concerted effort to try to gauge that.
Well, I love Indian food. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
don't eat it after a certain point. It's like you don't, you feed Goonies or not Goonies. What do you call those little things? The God damn it, the movie, the Gremlins.
Oh, Gremlins, yeah.
Yeah, you go too late with them, you got a problem.
Don't feed them after midnight. Don't get them wet.
Right. Don't eat Indian food after 9. Same thing. It's a rule.
Well, and everybody's got their different explanations, and this is why I was so skeptical. People are like, it's the ingredients that matter. The rate of digestion dictates your fart temperature. I'm like, what? How would you know that?
But see, it's fart temperature. They know. It's not coming out at its normal temp.
It's cooking and then coming out, you're saying.
Right.
I see.
Well, yeah, usually hot things don't smell worse. Like if it's a hot day, things smell worse. So I could see that.
Well, I don't know. Yeah.
Dense foods make dense, extra rank farts, this person says.
There you go.
Bread and airy foods will make big ones, but not as smelly. No, listen, I fully understand the notion that the ingredients of any food you eat will determine, the output or whatever. I just was confused as to what you meant by hot, because I'm like, they're all hot.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
you're saying hotter.
Yeah, hotter.
Yeah,
They're all warm.
Hotter, yeah.
They're all that good 98.6 degree air coming out. But then sometimes you get the one that creeps into the hundreds, and you know.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I had one today that was so hot it was like a Molotov cocktail. All right, well, listen, peaceful protest is best. This is why Rob would be found by the predator in the jungle.
Yes.
Your heat signature would be giving away your position.
I'd be like, oh no, I have hot farts. And then I'd blow a hole right through me like Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
And that's the sound it made when it hits.
I ain't got time to fart.
The red cloud.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. There he is.
There goes Rob. He's not getting back on the ship.
Laid on the ground, cursed. Cursed hot farts. Last words.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to tell you, that is educational.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that.
Anytime.
It's not anything that I had really thought of, I guess. Right, this girl died. Too much Indian food.
I'm not gonna cry. She farted so hard. She died. I'm not gonna lose much sleep. But she died doing what she loved. Now she's blasting for the angels above. She farted so hard. She died. But I'm not gonna.
Boy, I would have to think that if it brought about your imminent demise, that would definitely have to be temperature related, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. She was trying to tell me the whole time with this song, and I just wouldn't listen.
Just wouldn't listen.
I wouldn't listen. Either wouldn't listen or couldn't listen, or I wasn't ready to receive the information yet.
Now, your eyes have been opened.
Yeah, they really have.
Welcome to the machine.
Have a cigar.
Yes.
All right, I got a break. 35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
What are your best bets?
I like the under.
Pick the money line.
Stay away from this one.
Always bet on Buzzard.
I like that bet. I think that's a smart move.
With the Buzzard Bookie, get an earful of MMS.
That's a win. I take that all day.
And maybe a pocket full of cash.
And parlay that into something else.
You can't lose. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000.
Lay your bets.
The Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Sponsored by Premier Home Pros.
Premier Home Pros are the pros in bathroom remodels. Fast, high quality, and hassle-free. Go to premier-homepros.com and tell them you heard it on the radio to get a special offer of $2,000 off your dream bathroom. That's premier-homepros.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle.
Gene Simmons in town. The Gene Simmons Band at MGM Northfield Park tomorrow night. You know, we had him on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about how important WMMS was to him and the guys in KISS back in the day, because there just weren't that many radio stations that were taking them seriously and playing them and blah, blah, blah. And so maybe it's conceivable, Rob, that he came into town early just to really get the full... He's like, why don't I spend an extra day in Cleveland?
I just heard those guys do 20 minutes on hot farts.
Yeah, that's what lured him in. And they're like, Gene, that's the show you did a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
Could I
okay.
retract my interview?
At least they played War Machine. The singer on this one's the best.
Song written by Bryan Adams, by the way.
Still can't believe that.
Yeah. Played a little bit of his version. He recorded it, too. But the New York Times did a story, even before we had Gene on the show. I talked to him about it a little bit, but the big thing that people were paying attention to, and it was very much in line with kind of Gene Simmons' thought on merchandising the band and himself and all that. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, nobody is forcing you to spend that money. The New York Times did a story on a guy who spent the money for the Gene Simmons VIP roadie experience. A father-son pair spent $12,495 on this.
Wow.
They said that the guy was a retired... I was like, Jesus, how do they make that? Oh, a retired corrections officer from Middletown, New York, 52 years old. He and his son went. And the personal assistant and band roadie for a day VIP package. Only one person at each stop. I still want to know who it is in Cleveland. I guarantee somebody bought it. The roadie and one guest, that is this guy's son in this case. They help set up, so you get some free labor. You do the sound check. You have a nosh with Gene Simmons. He introduces you on stage during the show. You get a signed bass. Gene Simmons, of course, if you know anything about him, is quite the angler, Rob.
Yes.
Yeah. $12,495. Show tickets not included. That's the one that jumped out at me. You still got to buy tickets. And so everybody's dunking on him for being greedy and blah, blah, blah. But nobody's forcing you to do that. Nobody is forcing you to spend that money. That's what Dwayne Rosado said. This is what I choose to spend my money on. $13,000. His son was with him. He's a 5 feet 11 inch tall 7th grader. Jesus. Into mixed martial arts and electric guitar. They were roadies for the day when Gene Simmons played in Red Bank, New Jersey. The Count Basie Center for the Arts. Wonder what Count Basie thinks. Wherever he is in the ground. And they're wearing the Gene Simmons gear and all that. The guy bought it as a birthday gift for his son. A $13,000 gift.
You know that was for him, not the kid. He's like,
well, of course.
It was, my kid loves him. It was his birthday.
Yeah, I got him in a kiss, and then...
Yeah. I decided to do it for him, so it's $13,000 well spent.
Now, Dwayne also, a year and a half ago, was diagnosed with MS. So he's like, this is what we're going to do. He was behind the drum kit at Soundcheck. It's his money.
Yeah, but it's about him.
Because I'm not going to die with a lot of money. I'm going to die happy.
There you go.
Well, that's a good spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I say that all the time. Because I have no money.
There were introductory fist bumps and some small talk. Gene Simmons told him, just don't touch my ass, as he pulled them in for photos. So, you know, they're on stage and they're dicking around and the kid's playing some guitar, and it's like, you know, that's worth $13,000.
It's like anything else. If you don't want to do something, you put a high price tag on it. If somebody pays you, it's worth doing.
Yeah.
It's like when I started getting too old for club gigs a decade ago, maybe more. And they were like, hey, if you... would you do them for $500? Yeah. Sure.
Of course.
Yeah, of course I would. Absolutely.
And I love club gigs.
I got you know me.
You don't want to go out and do them.
No.
No.
Well, I mean, now I'd probably do them because I'm back on the air again. But at that point, it was like I was just, working top 40.
Mm-hmm. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Hey,
Welcome to, it's always a club with one name.
Yeah.
Welcome to Matrix. That was one of the clubs I used to do. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I mean, there were people there, obviously, so it's...
You may know me from Coast 93.3.
Ah, it's funny. Yeah, well, because you ID yourself, right? Hey, everybody, and everybody goes, woohoo!
Yeah, you're great. Put the music back on.
Well, they didn't turn the music off, did they? You're just
Well,
talking over the
they'd
music.
lower it,
Oh, they would, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Pump it up. So, yeah, this guy and his, the person who emailed me before, and obviously I don't want to blow up their spot, but the person who emailed me before who works at the hotel down here where Gene is staying, he's like, Gene comes with a lot of stories, boy. Always a lot of stories. I'm like, well, yeah. Why wouldn't you? You figure for all the stories Gene Simmons could tell, you haven't heard a fraction of them.
I bet.
Either by a function of him not remembering, because nobody's going to remember all that stuff. But it's like just what those guys got to do with female bodies.
Oh,
unbelievable.
God.
Oh, my God.
Especially him.
Oh, my God.
He's going to have a separate burial when
he
goes.
dies, yes, an adjacent coffin for his schwanz. They should just donate it to that Finnish penile museum.
Yeah, bronze it.
Yeah. This is whale. This is manatee. This is Gene Simmons of Kiss. Oh, okay.
That has more road miles on it than anyone else in the history of this world.
Yeah. Yup.
We should have posted up outside of his hotel.
This guy brought up that he and his son had watched an interview with Gene Simmons in which he recounted losing his virginity at age 14 to a married woman on his newspaper delivery route.
See?
Wow.
It's too specific to be fake.
It's also too specific to be true.
Nope.
You know, some people, they put one too many details. Now, I take him at his word. I mean, he clearly got some skills early, maybe. Except you don't need skills when you're in a band like Kiss, you know what I mean?
No.
And they weren't always Kiss. I mean, they were starting out schlubs like anybody else. So I guess you probably had to have a little bit of moxie going on. She asked me to sit down on the couch, Gene said. The next thing I knew, I was... And then asked Zach, the boy, to cover his ears.
Earmuffs.
Before he finished the story. Gene Simmons also dismissed the haters over the hefty cost of the roadie for a day. He goes, there's a free market. People want to do it, you do it. You buy a Rolls Royce because you want a Rolls. But a Volkswagen will get you there, too.
Wow.
You know, it's that kind of homespun wisdom that I think could really bring us together again as a nation.
And I drive a Volkswagen, so what does that tell you?
While the dad was sitting there in rapt attention, the son wasn't always locked in. The article says that the teen didn't seem particularly interested in Gene's explanation of a limited liability corporation.
Yeah.
Well, he's always a businessman first, right? He's a... I don't know if he would take umbrage of being called a businessman first and a musician second, but...
Tell me about your retirement portfolio. Do you have a Roth IRA? You know, if you were smart, you would have started a 529 as soon as your child was born.
College fund.
Yep.
So, yeah, they had, they're eating dinner, and there's the kid and Gene. They're noshing on, it was the kid's birthday, so they had a cake. It just sounds like a fun thing to do. You're hanging out with Gene Simmons. What's the matter with that? It only cost you $12,495. And whatever happens after that with your dad, you had this experience.
It's his kid's birthday, Gene Simmons. Hold on, I'll be right back. Goes to the bathroom, comes back wearing his cod piece, sings happy birthday, playing the bass.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Get up, you'll turn 13 today. Get down. So, yeah. Gene said, do I have money? By some standards, a lot of money. Sure. And what are you going to do? Roll around in it?
If he could, he would.
He said, we have a lot of fun on that stage. Probably puts a lot of his own money into this tour. So, yeah, big, long article just because, in the New York Times, just because Gene Simmons has got that VIP roadie thing and a guy there in Red Bank bought it for him and his kid.
Well, that's tomorrow. You have something else to go, don't you?
Tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Well, I got the Funny Bus tomorrow night.
Yeah, so no
Funny
Gene
Bus.
Simmons
No,
for
no,
you?
I can't go to the Gene Simmons show.
I might try to go.
Yeah, you should go.
I'm going to see if Dan's going. If
Yeah.
Dan's going, maybe I'll shoot out there.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Be well worth seeing.
No, I got the Cleveland Funny Bus, Rob.
I forgot.
I'll be out there, and funnybus.net for tickets. So, yeah, these guys had a really, really good time with Gene Simmons. He said, my father wasn't there when I was growing up, so it means the world to me to see a good father. That's what he said to the guy. He's just a nice guy. At the end of the day, Dwayne said it was absolutely worth the $12,495 because they put it on YouTube and all that kind of stuff.
I think it's great. I really do.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the kind of the initial story is a kind of clickbait that we all go crazy for, but and they do a long piece on the guy and his interactions with Gene Simmons. It all sounds really nice.
Well, by all accounts, I mean, I've never really heard anyone have horrible things to say about him. Usually, I mean, you get what you get with him. Like you get those longer answers when he was on with you. He cracks jokes. He's
an affable guy, and to their credit, it's not 1985, and they are not, this father and son are not two young, nubile girls.
Right.
These two guys can't get the clap from just breathing the air, right? Who knows what's going on in some of these venues? It's cemented in history because it's going to be on YouTube and everything else. So the guy's got that for posterity, for he and his son, for him and his son. So yeah. Now we should check. Corey Roddick didn't plunk down $12,495, right?
I would worry more about
he and
Dan.
Stansbury. Yeah, those are two guys.
Split it.
Yep. Pool their money.
How much would that be each?
There's simply no way to know, but I bet it would be about $620 a piece.
That sounds right.
No. $6,000 a piece. Yeah.
Oh, right, the extra zero.
Extra zero. Then you got to carry the 7.
7? No. I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I don't think there's a 7.
Oh, there isn't?
No.
Oh, golly, what am I thinking?
It's a 3.
Oh, no.
Because it's 12,000. How much?
$12,495 plus you got to buy the tickets.
Plus the tickets. So let's call it an even 13.
Okay. $13,000.
Yeah.
That would be $6,500 a piece. And carry the 6.
12,500.
Extra 8.
Yep, you're right.
Yep.
I think the problem everybody gave him crap for is because he forgot to put in the fine print that you get a placenta when you get to be a roadie for a day.
Right.
If you would have just spelled that out, put a top line, I think nobody would have had an issue with that. But what the hell do I know? Hate the show. See ya. Bye.
All right. Yes, because I said you could go and get a placenta.
He would sign anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Gene said he'd sign anything. Paying $13,000, he's like, I'll sign anything. You bring in a placenta. Right? I would.
Peacock testicles.
Yes.
Gene, I've got these giant bird balls here that I ordered off an exotic meat mart.
Hand them over.
And I've got one of those silver Sharpies. Would you sign my peacock testicles?
Are they still in the sack?
I'm having them bronzed tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm. And mounted. Gene Simmons signed my peacock testicles. I wonder if he could bring, well, yeah, conceivably, he goes, I'll sign whatever. I wonder what the upper limits of that are, though. Like,
I'm sure there's a line.
I mean, you don't want to give him something gross, yeah, but something that's still meaningful. A lot of things that are gross and are still meaningful to people. Two things can be true. You have to wonder where that line is with him. Would you, hey, I'm going to get a tattoo of your signature, Gene. Would you sign my perineum?
No. I bet you would sign your
There's
ass.
room there.
I think your perineum would be tough.
Yeah, the ass, sure, but that's Bush League. Anybody can get that. Anybody can get Gene Simmons' signature on their ass.
Yeah. See, Maybe he would. But I don't even know. Can you get tattooed there?
I mean,
sure
if
you
That
can.
skin is probably so thin, man.
Yeah, but you got a lot of thin skin on your body. Some people are
Taint
covered in
skin's
tattoos.
got to be way worse.
I'm sure it won't feel good, but I bet there's people that get their eyeballs tattooed.
That's
so,
true.
the inside of their lips. I think if you have a capable artist, they can do whatever you need them to do.
I mean, I had my ring tattooed. Like underneath my ring, I have my 10th anniversary, we tattooed rings on. And that skin, I mean, it just exploded. Like it doesn't even stay, I mean, I have to have it redone again. Look at the lines. It blows up.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
It just goes.
Yeah.
It's tough to tattoo that real thin skin, so I have to assume the grundle would be the same problem.
So you want my knees like in my chest, or how do you want to do this? You want to get under me and I'll just crouch, or
No hot farts.
this hot ink is a little bit of hot ink there. All right. Well, they had a great time with Gene Simmons, and it's his money, and he can spend it however he wants. Alan, my best friend's only tattoo is there. He was drunk and high on coke.
On his taint?
Guess who texted me that?
Oh, I can guarantee you who that was. And by friend, he means himself, I think, right?
I don't know. If Ethan's no, it's not his only tattoo.
No,
his
I know.
friend's only tattoo is on his taint.
Well, it's Ethan's only tattoo. It just starts on his taint and
Oh,
covers
I
the rest
see.
of his body.
A taint too, as it were.
One.
Yeah. Have him sign a field-dressed groundhog.
Oh,
well,
not a
yeah.
bad idea.
No, it's all right. There are no bad ideas around here. Just,
Bottle of Malort.
Yes. People keep sending me Pope memes.
I love them.
I got
Love
sent a
it.
picture of a hot dog with communion wafers on it.
Oh, gosh.
Like, okay.
The
That's
white,
worse than ketchup.
The White Sox logo with Leo the 14th.
That's
on it,
pretty
I thought
legit.
that was my favorite one. I think
The old school Sox logo.
because I think I would actually buy that. Like it's that cool of a design.
Yeah. All this talk about Leo the 14th, you know what else is coming? Brood 14th. Have you heard about Brood 14?
No.
XIV. This is when the cicadas come back.
Oh, no.
Every few years we're talking about
Is that
cicadas.
this summer?
May.
Okay.
And I think they might, I don't know how prevalent they're going to be in Ohio. It's usually mid-season around here, but
Okay.
yeah, but the next cicada brood, the 17, and it seems like because there are different cycles of different broods, it seems like they're always coming, but this is one that only appears every 17 years in 14 American states, and Ohio is on that list.
Great.
Georgia, Kentucky, Maryland, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Virginia, a lot of...
Yeah, they're not annoying at all.
I was actually going to ask if you had them over there, Rob, but it looks like Massachusetts
Yeah,
does.
Mass Rhode Island we have.
Cool.
Yeah. They don't bite or sting.
No, they're just loud.
They creep people out.
Pains
They're
in the
really
ass, they're
loud.
big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're weird.
Yep.
They're like flying roaches.
Hey there, cicada, it's so nice to hear you singing. It's been 17 long years, but Bug, tonight you look so pretty, yes you do. No one can sing as loud as you, I swear it's true. Hey there, cicada, you have noisemakers called timbals, but that's only in the male adult, who also sport antennae and big eyes. Listen to your voice, it's super size for a goddamn fly. Oh, up there in the tree.
All right, you get the
Yeah.
you get the gist. Ah, that's an oldie but a goodie. All right, we gotta go.
So a last-minute update. We still aren't positive, but Donovan Mitchell tweeted hashtag let him know, and he is rumored to be a game-time decision, but was
Oh.
at the shoot-around.
Okay, and what did he hurt?
His ankle.
Oh, that sucks. They don't use that much in basketball.
I mean, you need him. So
Yeah.
hopefully, I keep refreshing my Twitter feed. I'm sorry, my X feed, and there still is nothing. So it'll be close. But the fact that he tweeted that, I'm thinking he's playing. Let's go, Cavs.
Stabbing him full of cortisone.
Yep.
All right, yeah. Let them know. Rob, where can people get you in the off hours?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Cat.
Cat Be Creative or the Serbian Queen.
Okay. I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. The program will be available for you in its entirety momentarily wherever you get your podcasts. You can grab the show. If you listen to it on our iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. You'll see that red microphone talkback button. Easy way to do it. Otherwise, you can drop us voicemails on the After Hours line. That is 24/7, 216-986-8903. And we'll return tomorrow. The great Stephen Fry on the show. Tomorrow, very funny actor, comedian, author, atheist. Love him. And then comedian Joe List in on Thursday. We'll catch up with him. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. Joe's great, too. And Cavs basketball is next. 6:30 pregame, right around the corner here at the Rocket Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Go Cavs, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Baseball Commissioner